Welcome back. Seven Technology is recalling the company's ice crushers. Seven says it has received a number of reports of a fire risk. More than 11,000 affected products were sold since 2021. Most people bought them online, including at Amazon and Walmart's website. If you have one, you should contact the company for a refund. President Trump is considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a Schedule III drug, moving it from the stricter Schedule I category, which includes heroin. It wouldn't legalize marijuana, but could ease research restrictions and support legal businesses. If finalized, this would be the biggest federal cannabis reform since the 1970s.
Now at 6, an investigation in L.A. after director Rob Reiner and his wife found stabbed to death inside of their home.
The person who police were questioning in connection to the mass shooting at Brown University has been released.
And Australia's prime minister is making a call for tougher gun laws after a mass shooting during a Hanukkah celebration.
And taking a live look outside this morning, Mike says relief from this bitter cold is on the way.
We could use that relief.
Oh, indeed.
Cold this weekend. Happy Monday to you, and thanks for joining us here on Good Day. I'm Brian Jackson.
I'm Anthony Ponce. Let's head straight over to Mike Kaplan to find out the timing on this relief. How much longer do we have?
One more cold day. Not as cold as yesterday, but one more cold day. Did you watch the Bears yesterday?
Yes, of
and
course.
There were some dudes that took off their shirt.
There were.
I saw a couple of times. I'm like, oh,
you called it.
We predicted that was going to happen. All right, skies are mostly cloudy out there right now, and it is quite cold. Temperatures mostly in the single digits. A few spots are at 0. Look at the Rensselaer and Kankakee numbers. 7 at O'Hare and Midway, 8 Joliet, only 3 at Woodstock, though. And that's only part of the story. Got to talk about that wind chill. This is what it feels like. And it's not that much better than it was yesterday. 18 below is what it feels like at Woodstock and Kankakee, 15 below the wind chill at Valpo, and at Midway, it feels like 10 below 0. But this is the worst of the cold in the entire 7-day forecast. I think you're going to like the numbers ahead. Let's see if you like the numbers from Gabriella.
You know, Mike, we're going to get to those drive times here in just a second, but there's a new crash reported. The icon, of course, just went away, but it's inbound in the local lanes on the Dan Ryan. It's just as you approach the tollway there. And it's blocking 2 left lanes reportedly. I know crews are on scene, but just a little bit of stop and go as you approach that area, especially as you're ramping into kind of those local lanes. Let's talk about your drive times, though. Still at just under 20 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. 25 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Calling it the same on the Eisenhower, and just above that on the Kennedy at 27 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. I'll send it back to you, Anthony.
Okay, Gabby, thank you very much. Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele are dead. They were found stabbed to death inside their home in L.A. yesterday. No arrests have been made, but police say that a family member is being questioned by investigators. People magazine is reporting that they were killed by their son, Nick Reiner. That has not been confirmed by the police. They were found dead inside their home by their daughter yesterday. This was in the afternoon in the upscale Brentwood neighborhood, which is home to many celebrities.
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Rob Reiner was an Emmy Award-winning director. His work included movies like This Is Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, and The Princess Bride. Reiner was 78 years old.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire on Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday. Witnesses say that the shooter yelled something, then began shooting at about 60 students who were there for a study session ahead of final exams. Authorities are urging anyone with any potential video evidence to contact law enforcement.
Proceed very carefully here. There is too much at stake for the victims of this horrific crime and their families to take chances with respect to this investigation.
All final exams are canceled for the remainder of the semester. Students are free to leave the university for winter break.
New this morning from overseas, Australia's prime minister is proposing tougher gun laws after that mass shooting at a Hanukkah celebration that left at least 15 people dead. Police say a 50-year-old father and his 24-year-old son opened fire Saturday. on a popular beach in Sydney where hundreds of people had gathered to mark the start of the Jewish holiday. The father was shot and killed by police while the son remains hospitalized. Security is being increased at Jewish sites around the world.
It is uncharted territory. Aldermen are expressing some concern about a potential government shutdown here in Chicago.
Indeed. Roseanne Tejas has more as efforts ramp up to fill that $1.1 billion budget gap. Roseanne.
Still no budget in sight with that year-end deadline creeping up quickly. It has many asking the question, what would a government shutdown look like here in the city? And aldermen concede that the more they look at the possible scenarios, the worse it gets. A shutdown could halt most city services, water, sewer, trash collection. It could leave about 30,000 city employees unpaid. It could also stall permits and inspections, which would be devastating for many local businesses, putting their work at a standstill. Last week, Alderman Hopkins weighed in on the possible impact.
Clearly, we would like indirect impacts on firefighters, paramedics, police officers. You know, we're looking for ways to provide additional furlough time for them. Some of them might not get paid initially, but, you know, the back pay will eventually have to be made up. If you work, you're going to get paid for your time. But we're on uncharted territory here. We've never had to experience this before.
And so aldermen will meet at 10 o'clock today to once again try to hammer out a budget. What are the contingency plans? We have reached out to the mayor, and Alderman Hopkins says the mayor's office and the city law department are trying to figure this out. We don't have specific details. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you for the update there. And today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or risk losing federal funding. The Federal Transit Administrator gave the special directive earlier this month. It specifically points to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The FTA says the new security plan has to be in place by the 19th.
3 people are now in custody in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith, along with a 16-year-old, are now facing charges. Moore is the alleged shooter. He is charged with first-degree murder. The other 2 are facing felony murder charges. All 3 of them are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, 16-year-old DeVille Holden, was killed back on August the 2nd. Officials say that his murder was a case of mistaken identity.
A Chicago firefighter was hurt while crews tried to put out a fire in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. This broke out in the 1100 block of North Lawndale. A firefighter was reportedly rushed to the hospital after being hit by debris. Another person was also hospitalized. No word yet on their conditions. The cause of that fire also under investigation.
President coaches at John Hersey High School in Arlington Heights have been placed on administrative leave. The Daily Herald says that the affected coaches are across both the boys and girls programs. District officials are conducting an internal investigation but have not provided any other details.
It is another victory Monday for the Chicago Bears after they bounced back from that heartbreaker against the Packers at Lambeau. Take care of business against the Browns.
It was cold out there, but it was worth it, right? The Bears got a big game from all 3 phases. Caleb Williams threw a pair of touchdowns to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift found the end zone on 2 separate occasions, and the defense intercepted Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders 3 times. Bears win big time, 31-3. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson talked about the big win after the game.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played close games. We've played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that, and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. It's 10's great, but it's not enough.
I love that mindset by head coach Ben Johnson there. Bears have 10 wins on the season with 3 games left. They can clinch a playoff spot this weekend with the win over the Packers as well as the Lions' loss.
Bears get a rematch with them Packers on Saturday. Looks like they will be without star rusher Micah Parsons. Parsons fell to the ground. He was holding his knee. In the third quarter, the Packers lost to the Broncos. Reports say the Packers fear it is an ACL tear. That was like the theme of the day.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes going down. Well, Mike, somebody's going to the game Saturday. Maybe they only have to wear 2 layers compared to what they did this weekend.
Right, and I don't think people will be leaving the stands in the third quarter.
No, I don't think so. Not against the Packers.
And look, I don't blame them. It was ridiculously cold out there. No matter how well you bundled up, it was painful. But for the folks who stayed out there, at least you had a great victory to see. I enjoyed watching it from 70-degree temperatures inside the climate-controlled confines near Studio C. All right, today, not as cold as yesterday. However, it's still cold and it's still windy. So we're going to have bitter wind chills pretty much all day long. We'll get into the 20s anyway, and there will be some sunshine mixing with the clouds. Probably end up being sunnier this afternoon than it is this morning. Current temperatures, not that great. 7 at Midway, 7 at Gary, 4 at Aurora and DeKalb, 1 at Kankakee, where you did pick up a little bit of extra snow on Saturday, not as much as downstate. Parts of Champaign, Vermilion, Sangamon, Macon County, they had 6+ inches of snow there. These winds still gusting at pretty high speeds. We've got a 26 mph there at Midway, 21-mile-an-hour gusts straight out of the south at Gary. Consequently, the wind chills are still, in a lot of places, double digits below 0. Feels like -15 at Valparaiso, Kankakee, Aurora 14 below, 9 below the official wind chill at O'Hare. We'll get the wind chills above 0, but only barely this afternoon. And then a warming trend. I'll talk about the bigger numbers on the way in just a few minutes. Gentlemen, back to you.
All right, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky makes a concession as negotiations on a peace deal continue. Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele, are both found dead.
This is shocking. They were both found stabbed to death inside their L.A. home yesterday. No arrests have been made, but police say a family member is being questioned by investigators, and People magazine is reporting that they were killed by their son, Nick Reiner.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire on Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday.
Today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive earlier this month. The FTA says the new security plan has to be in place by the 19th.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to drop his country's bid to join NATO in exchange for Western security guarantees, but he is standing firm that Ukraine will not cede any territory to Russia. On Sunday, Zelensky met with the U.S. Special Envoy and President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his opposition in the past over Ukraine's NATO bid. Putin views it as a threat to Moscow's security and marked one of the reasons for the start of the war.
President Trump says a counterattack will be coming after a surprise attack killed 3 Americans in Syria. The U.S. believes ISIS carried out the shooting. 2 of the victims were members of the Iowa National Guard, and the other one was a U.S. civilian who was working there as a translator. The trial for a Wisconsin judge charged with illegally helping an immigrant evade federal agents starts today. Judge Hannah Dugan, she was hearing a case back in April against a man charged with battery. Dugan is accused of then showing that man out the back door of her courtroom after learning that immigration agents were there looking to arrest him for being in the country illegally. Federal agents say they chased him outside and then arrested him shortly thereafter.
All right, time is now 6:15 this morning as we check in with Mike. Mike, there's been sheets of ice in my alley for, it feels like, the last 2 or 3 weeks. Is this the week it finally melts?
Yes. And, you know, the melt is good news and bad news because this might mean no white Christmas.
Oh, that's right.
Might mean no white Christmas. You know, it looked like we had such a deep snowpack. We ate into it a little bit with a couple days last week. And now, even though today's going to stay below freezing, we got a whole bunch of days above freezing, and there's a possibility next week the temperatures could go way above normal just in time for Christmas. We'll see about that. This is where we're going to be today. A slow warm-up that will eventually get us into the 20s. That's still about 10 degrees colder than normal for this time of year. At noon, we're flirting with that 20-degree mark. I think we can probably pop up to around 25 for the official high today. Then tonight, it doesn't get as cold. Temperatures are going to kind of level off in the upper teens to around 20 degrees. And from that milder launch pad, we'll see temperatures tomorrow getting above freezing in the afternoon. There you see us headed for the mid-30s. Should be about a 36-degree high tomorrow. So we'll start the thawing process and then get even warmer numbers here as we head into Wednesday and Thursday. So what you've got for today is a warm one. Lows tonight will be dipping down to around 20 degrees, but tomorrow should be our first day above freezing of many this week. Let's see what Gabriella has for you on the roads. How's
Mike,
that Ryan looking?
You know, luckily no new incidents to report in that one that I reported inbound in the local lanes. It was near 71st. That is cleared already. It had minor delays going on for inbound trip. It's still around 20 minutes from 95th to the Burn interchange. Your outbound commute looking okay. Maybe those express lanes getting a little tight as you approach the Stevenson or go over the Stevenson there. Let's take a look at some of your other drive times. 25 minutes still on the Stevenson and on the Eisenhower, 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. So I would say it's kind of Monday, cold day light maybe. I'll send it back to you guys from now.
All right, thank you very much, Gabby. Hanukkah celebrations around the world today may face stepped-up security after Sunday's shooting rampage in Australia.
A father and son are accused of carrying out what authorities call an anti-Semitic attack that left more than a dozen people dead. Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning.
A Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Australia went forward, but with a great sense of loss and grief. 2 gunmen here, a father and son, according to police, went on a rampage the day before, shooting into a largely Jewish crowd.
It's just such a horrible feeling because we're such a tight community.
One of the gunmen was tackled by a man who's now being hailed as a hero.
A very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives.
President Trump addressed the attack at a Christmas event at the White House. Back in Australia, police are still piecing together the events, and they say one of the perpetrators legally owned the guns, despite the country's strict firearms laws.
We need to toughen these up.
Australia's prime minister says the laws need to be strengthened, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed him.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
Jews are being targeted.
Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says Hanukkah celebrations now should have some level of controlled access, and if not,
I would tell you to stay home or do something else. I hate to say that, but that's the new America for which we are living in.
Our Doug Lozetta joins us live from Washington this morning. So, Doug, are U.S. officials providing any help to that ongoing investigation?
Well, the investigation is going to look at a number of things here, including whether these two individuals had contact with anybody else outside of themselves regarding this attack. Now, at the moment, what we're hearing from Australia is that they don't think there was anyone else involved in this. We'll see. You know, this question of radicalization will loom large over this continuing investigation.
And Doug, with the holidays now in full swing, do we prepare ourselves to expect more security events here domestically, something like New Year's Eve?
Well, it's an interesting question. I don't know. It's certainly possible. Security for New Year's Eve in New York, for instance, in Times Square is pretty tough as it is. But I guess it's always possible that they decide to ramp things up. I mean, as far as we know, there's no awareness of any kind of specific threat right now, but just, the general possibility of a threat out there, regarding, increased anti-Semitic kind of sentiment.
Yeah, just disturbing. Doug, thank you for the update there from Washington. Appreciate it, sir. All right. President Trump could reclassify marijuana this week. Coming up, we'll talk about what it could mean for the drug. Welcome back. 6:22. It is a cold start to our work week. However, we have some relief in our near future. We're going to get the timing on that from Mike in just a moment.
Well, President Trump could sign an executive order today reclassifying marijuana. The move could reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. That is the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. This will be one of the most significant changes to U.S. marijuana policy in decades. The move could make it easier to conduct research about the drug and provide people more access, but it would not legalize or decriminalize it nationwide. Workers at the Louvre are voting to go on strike after months of mounting pressure following that jewelry heist at the museum. The iconic museum is closed to the public today as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. They're also citing a security breach, which saw thieves pull off a heist in just 7 minutes, getting away with $102 million worth of jewels. 4 men have been arrested in that theft.
The company behind those Roomba vacuum cleaners, it has filed for bankruptcy protection. The company's called iRobot. It says it's facing competition from Chinese rivals and was also hit by tariffs. It is forcing iRobot to cut prices and make big investments in new technology. The company says the bankruptcy filing will not disrupt its app, its supply chains, or its product support.
Kansas City Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs for the first time in a decade. It has been a pretty down year for KC. Now they have some even bigger concerns after star quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending ACL tear. It happened in the fourth quarter of yesterday's loss to the Chargers. Mahomes will likely not be ready for the start of next season.
It's a tough one there. Okay, the Rocky Balboa statue right near the Philadelphia Art Museum may be on the move. City officials are working to get the iconic statue back to the top of the stairs, just like Sylvester Stallone's famous scene in the movie. That statue was put in place outside the Art Museum back in 1982. The city of brotherly love actually has 3 Rocky statues.
Didn't know there was 3.
I didn't either.
I thought it was just that one, right? Well, Maggie Simpson finally has something to say. It was a rare opportunity to hear the youngest member of the Simpson family talk. It happened in last night's episode.
I'm driving to school today. How am I going to learn not to kill people if you don't let me practice?
Maggie, rest your voice. You're still getting over that laryngitis.
Please, don't let Bart drive. It's too scary. He drives so wiggly and everybody honks at us and yells bad words and shows us fingers.
That scene was a flash forward. She was voiced by Lindsay Lohan. Maggie's always remained silent on the show, but this wasn't the first time she's had some words. Fans first heard her voice in 1992 in an episode voiced by Elizabeth Taylor.
Wow. I didn't realize that was a flash forward because it's been a while since I've seen The Simpsons, and Bart looks like he's like, a 13-year-old there.
Exactly right.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, someone could claim a massive prize just in time for the holidays. The Powerball jackpot tonight stands at $1.1 billion. That is the 6th largest jackpot in the game's history, but still not the biggest jackpot this year. The last one claimed in the multi-state lottery was back in September. It was worth $1.7 billion.
I was a little worried when I did not hear from my father-in-law after the drawing because he played the Powerball. So I was thinking, maybe he won. But then he texted me yesterday during the Bears game. He was
still here. Haven't gotten a private jet just yet.
All right, the Bears have got a game this Saturday against Green Bay, and temperatures will be 35 degrees warmer than they were yesterday. In fact, next week could be really warm. Maybe give you a little hint of that Christmas forecast when we come back.
Shop my
Welcome back, 629. Welcome to the work week. We appreciate you joining us here on Good Day Chicago.
I'm Brian Jackson. Here's a look at some of the stories we're following for you this morning. There's an ongoing investigation in L.A. after director Rob Reiner and his wife found stabbed to death in their own home.
The person who police were questioning in connection to the mass shooting at Brown University, that individual has been released.
And Australia's prime minister is making a call for tougher gun laws after a mass shooting during a Hanukkah celebration.
And we have been in the deep, deep freeze pretty much all weekend here. Will there be relief in our near future? We're checking in with Mike Kaplan now for the answer.
Define near future. Are you talking about today?
Hours? No.
It's still really cold out there, but tomorrow I think you're going to feel it, and then really Wednesday and Thursday, and I think we have a long stretch of generally, there'll be some ups and downs, of generally warmer than normal weather. Nobody out there by the bean early this morning. Right now skies are cloudy, but I do expect to see some sunshine breaking through those clouds in a little bit. Kids going to school, give them the full deal. Hat, gloves, multiple layers. I'm always a big fan of the balaclava, not the baklava, which I also enjoy that, but the balaclava. Cover up the face as much as you can. Single digits at 7. We'll get into the 20s this afternoon, but it's going to be so breezy. We're going to see those conditions feel a little bit colder, so that's, the downside. Speaking of the winds, we've got some gusts to more than 20. O'Hare 23, Midway 26, and at Gary's Airport, we've got a 21-mile-an-hour wind. Gabrielle, I know that Sky Fox did not go up. I'm assuming it's because of the winds?
Yeah, it's because of some of the winds, really low temperatures obviously up there, so they decided to play it safe. And honestly, I'm seeing kind of a Monday light kind of situation going on here. Your drive time still looking okay. One incident just popping up in our system, not even the icon is here yet. It's southbound I-57 near 147th. It looks like it's over on the right shoulder, so not really slowing many people down. Let's go over and talk about what's happening on I-80 this week. Starting tonight, we're going to see some lane reductions eastbound and westbound on I-80 at Cherry Hill Road. It'll start around 9 p.m. Then on Wednesday, we'll see stage changes happening on the westbound side, and then Friday it'll impact the eastbound side overnight. Again, you might see some changes in that roadway if you do travel both directions in that area. And those stage changes are going to happen between River Road and Humboldt Road, so please be aware of that. Anthony.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele are dead. They were found stabbed to death inside their L.A. home yesterday. No arrests have been made, but police say a family member is being questioned by investigators, and People magazine is reporting that they were killed by their son, Nick Reiner. They were found inside their home by their daughter yesterday afternoon in the upscale Brentwood neighborhood, which is home to many celebrities.
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Rob Reiner was an Emmy Award-winning director. His work included movies like This Is Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, and The Princess Bride. Reiner was 78 years old.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire on Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday. Witnesses say that the shooter yelled something, then began shooting at about 60 students who were there for a study session ahead of final exams. Authorities are urging anyone with any potential video evidence to please contact law enforcement.
I'm going to proceed very carefully here. There is too much at stake for the victims of this horrific crime and their families to take chances with respect to this investigation.
All final exams at Brown are canceled, and students are now free to leave the university for winter break.
New this morning from overseas, Australia's prime minister is proposing tougher gun laws after a mass shooting at a Hanukkah celebration that left at least 15 people dead. And police say a 50-year-old father and his 24-year-old son opened fire Saturday on a popular beach in Sydney where hundreds of people had gathered to mark the start of the Jewish holiday. The father was shot and killed by police while the son remains hospitalized. Security is being increased at Jewish sites around the world.
Well, it is uncharted territory. Aldermen are expressing concern about a potential government shutdown here in Chicago.
Roseanne Tejas has more as efforts ramp up to fill that $1.1 billion budget gap with the clock ticking here, Roseanne.
The deadline is the end of this year, still no budget in sight. And while this is new territory, we know the impact of a government shutdown in the city of Chicago would be far-reaching. Now, a shutdown could halt city services, everything from water, sewer, trash collection. It would leave about 30,000 city employees unpaid. Alderman Brian Hopkins says city council could potentially pass special spending authorizations for first responders, like firefighters, paramedics, and police. City permits and inspections would stall, and that could be devastating for many local businesses, putting their work at a standstill. Last week, Hopkins also considered another nightmare scenario.
The more we get into looking at contingencies for how we can get through this, the worse it actually looks. I just don't think we can afford to shut down the government for the city of Chicago, especially in winter. What if we get a snowstorm in January and we don't have snowplows on the streets? You know, things like that need to be considered.
Can you even imagine that? Well, because this is new territory, there's not a real consensus on what the contingency plan would look like, but Hopkins assures us that the mayor and the city law department are trying to figure this thing out. But of course, they're hoping that they can reach some kind of an agreement. Right now, there is a stalemate. The city council meets this morning at 10 a.m. Outside city council, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. Appreciate it. Another deadline to talk about as well today. This is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or risk losing federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive earlier this month, specifically points to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month when a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The FTA says the new security plan needs to be in place by the 19th.
3 people are in custody in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith, along with a 16-year-old, are now facing charges. Moore is the alleged shooter. He is charged with first-degree murder. The other 2 are facing felony murder charges. All 3 are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, 16-year-old DeVille Holden, was killed back on August the 2nd. Officials say that his murder was a case of mistaken identity.
A Chicago firefighter was hurt as crews tried to put out a fire that broke out in Humboldt Park. Happened in the 1100 block of North Lawndale. A firefighter was reportedly rushed to the hospital after being hit by debris. Another person was also hospitalized. No word yet on their condition, and the cause of that fire is still under investigation as well.
Wrestling coaches at John Hersey High School in Arlington Heights have been placed on administrative leave. The Daily Herald says that the affected coaches are across both the boys and girls programs. District officials are conducting an internal investigation, but so far have not provided any other details.
It is another victory Monday for the Chicago Bears after they bounced back after that heartbreaker at Lambeau the other week. They took care of business against Cleveland.
Yeah, there was no letdown yesterday. No. Bears got a big game from all 3 phases. Caleb Williams threw a pair of touchdown passes to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift scored a pair of touchdowns on the ground. And the defense intercepted Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders 3 times. Bears went big time, 31-3. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson talked about the big win.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played close games. We've played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that, and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. It's 10's great, but it's not enough.
Bears now got 10 wins on the season with 3 games left. They say they need 11 wins, and they feel good about clinching a playoff spot. They can also clinch that spot with a win this weekend against the Packers, along with a Lions loss.
Bears get a rematch with the Packers on Saturday, and it looks like Packers will be without their star pass rusher, Micah Parsons, who fell to the ground holding his knee in the 3rd quarter of their loss against the Broncos. Reports say the Packers fear it is an ACL tear.
Ooh, it was a devastating day of injuries for sure there on the field, and there's devastating temperatures in the stands this weekend as well, Mike.
I couldn't believe I don't know if you saw the cutaways of Ben Johnson. No stocking cap on. Just had a ball cap.
But at least he kept his shirt on this week. There was that. There was that. True. Did you hear Caleb Williams set a record, an NFL record? First 1,000 pass attempts, only 12 interceptions.
Yeah.
No one has ever done that before.
Wow.
Takes care of the ball.
He takes care of the ball, and that is a great thing to do for a young quarterback. All right, talked about the possibility of some significantly warmer than normal temperatures here the week of Christmas, and especially on Christmas Day. I actually made a post on my Facebook page that showed 2 different computer models posting numbers that could be 60 degrees. Now, look, that's still 10 days away. Time can change, but I think, and the Weather Service believes, there is great confidence in it being warmer than normal December 23rd through December 29th for really pretty much the entire country. The concentration of greatest confidence of it being warmer than normal is off to our south, but around here, the pattern is shifting. We're done with this constant assault of cold and snow. One more cold day to get through today. A high of 25. That's better than yesterday, but it's going to be so windy. Wind chills are going to be down. They'll get above 0 this afternoon, but still only single digits. 20 tonight, not as windy, so not as cold. Now let's look at the 7-day forecast. We actually have some rain on the way. Early Thursday, we'll hit 45 for the high. Temperatures will drop down to 14, so we do have a colder day, one colder day Friday, but then temperatures bounce back above freezing, a high of 42 for that Bears-Packers reunion at Soldier Field, Anthony.
That'll feel nice and balmy. All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. 6:41. We got plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. Wisconsin judge goes on trial today herself after allegedly helping an immigrant evade federal agents. President Trump is facing a lawsuit over his plans for a White House ballroom, and why the maker of a popular vacuum cleaner, you know, those little Roombas, that company is filing for bankruptcy. We'll talk about all that and more coming up. Welcome back, 644 on your Monday. Yep, another chilly one. Gorgeous view there over the lake. Mike says we got another cold one to contend with before a little warm-up mañana. We will check in with him in just a second.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to drop his country's bid to join NATO in exchange for Western security guarantees. But he's standing firm that Ukraine would not cede any territory to Russia. On Sunday, Zelensky met with a U.S. Special Envoy and President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his opposition in the past over Ukraine's bid to join NATO. Putin views it as a threat to Moscow's security and marked one of the reasons for the start of the war.
President Trump says a counterattack will be coming after a surprise attack killed 3 Americans in Syria. The U.S. believes that ISIS carried out this shooting, with 2 of the victims being members of the Iowa National Guard and the third a U.S. civilian who was there working with them as a translator.
The crew of a JetBlue flight that had just taken off for the Caribbean for New York City says their plane nearly collided with a U.S. Air Force plane. This incident happened Friday when a flight took off from just off the coast of Venezuela. The JetBlue crew said that they had to stop their ascent to avoid a mid-air collision. The pilot says the U.S. Air Force air-to-air refueler was at the same altitude and passed directly in front of the plane within 5 miles.
Yikes. Well, other news, a trial for a Wisconsin judge. She was the one charged with illegally helping an immigrant evade federal agents. She will go to trial herself today. Judge Hannah Dugan was hearing a case back in April against a man charged with battery, and Dugan is accused of showing that man out the back door of her courtroom after learning that immigration agents were there on site looking to arrest him for being in the country illegally. Federal agents say they chased him outside and then arrested him shortly thereafter.
President Trump is being sued by preservationists over his plan to build a new White House ballroom. The National Trust wants a federal court to halt the project, arguing that the administration tore down the East Wing and began construction without the required environmental and historic reviews or approval from Congress. The White House has not responded, but President Trump says that the project is privately funded.
Well, we won't be seeing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl this year, and they could be without star quarterback Patrick Mahomes for some time. He really suffered a serious injury yesterday. We'll talk all about that and more coming up.
Weather Authority.
Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele are both found dead.
They were found stabbed to death inside their LA home yesterday. No arrests have been made, but police say a family member is being questioned by investigators, and People magazine is reporting that they were killed by their son, Nick Reiner.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire on Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday.
Today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive to the CTA earlier this month, and the FTA says that new security plan needs to also be in place by the 19th.
We've been dressing in layers for it feels like the last 3 weeks straight, Mike Kaplan, but maybe we can peel back 1 or 2 a little bit later this week.
Yes, definitely. But today you still want to bundle up. You're looking there at our beautiful city, still lit up. We have a few breaks in the cloud cover out there, though, and I think it will be at, worst, mostly cloudy. You're going to get a few peaks of sun this morning, maybe a little more sun later on. But here's the deal. While we're not looking at -20, -25 wind chills, this is still pretty painful to be outside. If you aren't covering up your skin, feels like 15 below at Valparaiso and Rensselaer, 10 below at Midway, 13 below at Woodstock. And later today, even as temperatures climb, it's going to be enough wind out there that it's pretty uncomfortable to be out for any period of time. Snow missing us off to the north right now. We do have quite a bit of cloud cover. That cloud cover should break at least a little bit here, so we'll get more sun in the afternoon, I think, than what we'll see this morning. Tonight, here's the deal. Winds will die down and temperatures are going to level off, so it will not be as cold as it is out there right now when you get up tomorrow morning. During the day, Tuesday, we get above freezing for what will be the first of many above freezing days to enjoy. Our model is showing a little weak feature coming through Tuesday night. Then on Wednesday, temperatures should soar into the low 40s here, and it'll be even warmer on Thursday with rain. 25 today, that's it. It'll feel even colder because of the southwest wind at 10 to 20. Tonight, 20 for the low. Southwest winds die down, so not as brutal. Look at the 7-day forecast. We get above freezing tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, a little quick one-day shot of colder air, and then temperatures bounce back over the weekend. This includes the Bears-Packers game when the high temperature should be 42, and there are some signs pointing at some real warmth here right around Christmas of next week. All right, Gabriella, what kind of delays? You were saying it was kind of Monday light.
Mike, our roadways are looking okay, a little bit closer to city. Our drive time still around 25 to 30 minutes for inbound trip on the Dan Ryan, still around 20. But we have some train delays, and we have a couple of crashes to talk about. One is on the Blue Line, so O'Hare-bound trains are running with delays. It's due to earlier police activity, so that should be cleared up now. But still, remember to check your app, maybe check the status of your train this morning. A serious rollover crash over in Crystal Lake. This involves injuries. Northbound and southbound Route 31 is going to be blocked between Half Mile Trail and Edgewood Road. So please keep that in mind. Again, your drive times closer to the city are looking okay. And then we do have a piece of good news. It's over near O'Hare, a new exit ramp southbound I-294 to County Line Road. So luckily with this, Anthony, we're going to be able to access North Avenue in this spot, which you couldn't really do before.
Oh, indeed. Thank you very much, Gabby. Appreciate the update. Here's political news to get to. President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, members of Congress, they all gathered to celebrate the annual lighting of the national menorah. This is for night 1 of Hanukkah. That ceremony taking place right on the ellipse in front of the White House. Security was stepped up, though, following the mass shooting in Australia. And the lighting ceremony was dedicated to the victims of that attack.
President Trump could sign an executive order today reclassifying marijuana. The move would reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. That is the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. This would be one of the most significant changes to U.S. marijuana policy in decades. The move could make it easier to conduct research about the drug and to provide people more access, but it would not legalize or decriminalize it nationwide. Workers at the Louvre in Paris are voting to go on strike after months of mounting pressure following a jewel heist at the museum. The iconic museum is closed to the public today as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. They're also citing a security breach, which saw thieves pull off a heist in 7 minutes, getting away with $102 million worth of jewels. 4 men have been arrested in that theft.
The company behind those Roomba vacuum cleaners has filed for bankruptcy protection. iRobot says it is facing competitions from Chinese rivals and was also hit by tariffs. So it is forcing iRobot, that's the name of the company, to cut prices and make big investments in new technology. The company says this bankruptcy protection filing will not disrupt any of its features on its app, supply chains, or product support.
Kansas City Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. It's been a pretty down year for KC. Now they've got some even bigger concerns after star quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending ACL tear. It happened right there in that play in the fourth quarter in their loss to the Chargers on Sunday. Mahomes will likely not be ready for the start of next season.
All right, Merriam-Webster's 2025 word of the year is slop. Slop was first used in the 1700s to mean soft mud, but it has since expanded to mean digital content of low quality, and that is usually produced by artificial intelligence. Slop was picked based on popularity, and which word best reflects the span of the year 2025. A lot of slop out there.
A lot of slop out
Brian
there.
Jackson.
I guess we've reached the point where I don't know all the cool.
No, I didn't know. Yeah.
I was today years old with this one. All right, well, someone could claim a massive prize just in time for the holidays. The Powerball jackpot tonight stands at $1.1 billion. That is the sixth largest jackpot in the game's history, but still not the biggest one this year. The last jackpot claimed in the multi-state lottery was back in September, worth $1.7 billion. You going to play?
Maybe. I keep making a mental note to do it, then I keep forgetting.
It goes past, and then
we should walk upstairs to that little convenience store and get it.
Yeah. All right, plenty more good days still to come this morning. We'll be right back.
So you only
Welcome back. A federal appeals court upholds a contempt verdict against Apple over fees on its App Store.
Judges say that Apple defied an order to let other payment systems into its iPhone App Store. Apple had required all in-app purchases to use its own system, charging commissions between 15% and 30%. The case would now be reopened to set a fair commission.
The commission that oversees public television in Arkansas voted to sever ties with PBS. It is the first state to end its contract with the broadcast company that provides TV shows like Sesame Street. The 8-member Arkansas Educational Television Commission announced that it planned to disaffiliate from PBS effective July 1st, saying the $2.5 million annual membership dues are no longer feasible to pay.
Tyra Banks is being sued for nearly $3 million. A Washington, D.C. landlord filed a breach of contract lawsuits against the supermodel and her ice cream business, Smize and Dream. Court documents say that the landlord entered a 10-year commercial lease with Banks and her nonprofit. However, she suddenly terminated the lease just months later over the summer and is now refusing to pay rent.
The process of securing a home mortgage may soon move to the digital world. Companies like Figure claim that they can revolutionize home financing with cryptocurrency. Company representatives believe blockchain technology could eliminate paperwork and middlemen while reducing the time and cost associated with a home loan. But critics warn that cryptocurrency is notoriously volatile and there are no regulations or consumer protections.
Southwest Airlines may soon launch its own network of lounges at airports. The Dallas-based carrier is reportedly making plans to team up with Chase Bank to create these upscale lounges for Southwest passengers who are awaiting flights. Executives are reportedly confident that these lounges would attract frequent flyers who've grown accustomed to having this perk while traveling.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now at 7 o'clock, there is now an investigation in L.A. after famed director Rob Reiner and his wife were found fatally stabbed in their home.
The person who police were questioning in connection to that mass shooting at Brown University has been released.
And Australia's prime minister is making a call for tougher gun laws after that mass shooting during a Hanukkah celebration.
And Mike says we're in for another cold day ahead start this work week, but we finally got some relief coming soon.
All right. Hello, sunshine, at least. We thank you for joining us here at 7 o'clock. It was bright and sunny yesterday up near me, but a lot of times those sunny, clear days are some of the most
fool
frigid.
you.
Exactly, and that's because cold Arctic high pressure generally scours away cloud cover. It's associated with sinking motion in the atmosphere. Clouds can't form, so you are absolutely right there. Today, we have cloud cover, and it's still pretty darn cold, but not quite as bad as it was yesterday, but we're advertising a thaw on the way. One more very cold day today. Temperatures climb above freezing tomorrow as the pattern shift that we started talking about last week begins. There will actually be some rain here, not snow, but rain on Thursday, especially early in the day. Look at these current temperatures. Had we not just gone through all this sub-zero stuff yesterday, you'd be saying, oh, it's too cold. 9 degrees now at O'Hare, 7 at Gary, 4 at Valparaiso, where you did pick up a little fresh snow. Kankakee, Rensselaer, only 1 degree. That's not the wind chill. Let's look at the winds right now, which in some places are gusting to more than 20. Gary, Joliet, Waukegan among the spots with a 20+. So consequently, these wind chills, they are still painful. Lots of teens below zero, but this is going to be the worst of it. We turn the corner starting tomorrow. Are you turning a corner somewhere and you're going to run into traffic? Gabriella, what's it look like?
You know, Mike, we're still looking pretty okay. Here's a look at the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. It's going to take you around 25 minutes, maybe under that still. And your outbound side looking okay as well. A little bit of stop and go on the Bishop Ford as you approach 95th. 30 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DeSable Lakeshore Drive. Around that still on the Eisenhower, and closer to 40 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Let's talk about a couple of crashes. One is a new one over on eastbound I-80, or westbound, excuse me, I-80. It looks like it's near Hobart Road. It's blocking a right lane there. Looks like our icon went away. And then a little more serious up in Crystal Lake, a rollover crash. It involves injuries. It's northbound, southbound, Route 31. That's blocked between Half Mile Trail and Edgewood Road. So both sides, there's a couple of different alternate routes that police are flagging you to. So keep that in mind as well. Anthony.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabby. Appreciate it. Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele are dead. They were found stabbed to death inside their L.A. home yesterday, and no arrests have been made. However, police say a family member is being questioned by investigators. People magazine is reporting that they were killed by their son, Nick Reiner. They were found inside their home by their daughter yesterday afternoon in the upscale Brentwood neighborhood, which is home to many celebrities.
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Rob Reiner was an Emmy Award-winning director. His work included movies like This Is Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally, and The Princess Bride. Reiner was 78 years old.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday. Witnesses say that the shooter yelled something, then began shooting at about 60 students who were gathering for a study session ahead of final exams. Authorities are urging anyone with any potential video evidence to please contact law enforcement.
We're going to proceed very carefully here. There is too much at stake for the victims of this horrific crime and their families to take chances with respect to this investigation.
All final exams are canceled and students are now free to leave the university for winter break.
New this morning from overseas, Australia's prime minister is proposing tougher gun laws after a mass shooting at a Hanukkah celebration that left at least 15 people dead. Police say a 50-year-old father and his 24-year-old son opened fire Saturday on a popular beach in Sydney where hundreds of folks had gathered to mark the start of the Jewish holiday. The father was shot and killed by police while the son remains hospitalized. Security is being increased at Jewish sites all across the world.
Well, aldermen are meeting again today to try and get a budget deal ahead of the year-end deadline.
Yes, if they don't, the city faces a far-reaching government shutdown, a local one. Roseanne Tejas outside City Hall this morning with efforts to try to avoid that. Roseanne.
Well, Anthony and Brian, it's far-reaching because not only would it impact city services for all of us residents, but would also impact businesses in the city and beyond. And with both sides digging in right now, it really doesn't look good. Mayor Brandon Johnson tweaked his corporate head tax proposal to impact only companies with more than 500 employees, and alders are holding their ground on a garbage collection tax. If the stalemate continues, business owners like Vince Silva, who constructs new garages, says a shutdown could leave him in limbo.
If we're unable to get the permits or inspections, we're kind of at a standstill. And for the clients and for our workers, it's just we're playing the waiting game.
It's hard enough to get a permit as it is when the government's functioning, and it takes far too long. So I can only imagine that things like routine permits and building inspections, elevator inspections, all of those things would be the first to go under a government shutdown.
Mayor Johnson is clearly locked in to his progressive agenda, but he does not have the votes right now. His more moderate opponents in the city council have meetings scheduled all week to try and advance their own plans, and the next meeting starts at 10 a.m. Outside City Hall this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, thank you very much. Today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the directive earlier this month, and it specifically points to the horrific attack that happened on the Blue Line last month. That is when a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The FTA says that new security plan does need to be in place by the 19th.
Well, 3 people are in custody in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith, along with a 16-year-old, are all facing charges. Moore is the alleged shooter. He's charged with first-degree murder. The other 2 are facing felony murder charges. All 3 are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, 16-year-old DeVille Holden, was killed back on August 2nd. Officials say that his murder was a case of mistaken identity.
A Chicago firefighter was hurt while crews tried to put out a fire in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. This broke out on the 1100 block of North Lawndale. A firefighter was reportedly rushed to the hospital after being hit by debris. Another person was also hospitalized as well. No word yet on that individual's condition. The cause of the fire is under investigation.
Wrestling coaches at John Hersey High School in Arlington Heights have been placed on administrative leave. The Daily Herald says that the affected coaches are across both the boys and girls programs. District officials are conducting an internal investigation, but so far have not provided any other details.
It is another victory Monday for the Chicago Bears after they bounced back big time from their loss against the Packers. They really did take care of business during the game against Cleveland.
Bears got some big efforts in all 3 phases. Caleb Williams threw a pair of touchdown passes to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift scored a pair of touchdowns on the ground, and the Bears defense came up with those takeaways again. They intercepted Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders 3 times. Bears win 31-3. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson talked about the big win.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played close games. We've played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that, and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. It's 10's great, but it's not enough.
I love Coach's demeanor. Win or loss, he's like the same every single week.
Exactly, even keel.
Yeah, well, that gets the Bears to 10 wins on the season with 3 games remaining. Chicago can clinch a playoff spot this weekend with a win and a Lions loss.
And the Bears get a rematch with the Packers on Saturday, and it looks like the Pack is going to be without star pass rusher Micah Parsons, who fell to the ground. He was clutching his knee. This is in the 3rd quarter of their loss against the Broncos. Reports say the Packers are fearing at this point that it could be a tear of the ACL.
Oof.
That would be a season-ending And we heard the same thing about Pat Mahomes yesterday. He might be out beginning of next season.
Next year as well, right? Yeah, some big injuries to a lot of stars in the games. We've got a very pretty sunset out there this morning, Mike. But don't be fooled because it's cold.
It is still really cold out there and some ice on the lake. Did you see what Phillip Rivers did?
I saw the box
for the
score.
Colts,
brought it out there.
He was all right. He threw a touchdown.
4 years off, and
he's 79 years old, and he got whatever. Was he 44? But good for him to get out there and contribute. They almost won that game too. It's a quality opponent. All right, there you see that gorgeous sunrise taking place right now, and yes, there's actually a little bit of ice on the lake as a result of the extremely cold temperatures that we've had past couple of days. There's still snow on the ground. Question is, will there be any left a week from Thursday to qualify as a white Christmas? I'm going to click on a few of the spots here. Let's look at Northwest Indiana. Not far from Valparaiso, only about 2 to 3 inches on the ground. Let's go near Joliet. You've got about 3. City, maybe 3 to 4. Parts of Kane County, a little bit more, maybe 8 inches of snow there. In the, let's call that the Lake Villa area, 7 inches of snow. But look at some of these spots here that picked up a massive amount of snow on Saturday. Getting parts of Livingston County, even in Kankakee County, you got a few inches of snow there. But the snow addition is done. We are now going into snow subtraction mode. But not today. It is still really cold out there. Look at these single digits for the most part. We got 10 at Joliet. It's only 8 at Midway, 4 at Valparaiso. Where that fresh snow came down, it's even colder. 3s at Kankakee and Rensselaer. And, of course, we have to talk about the wind chill, what it actually feels like out there. Feels like 11 below at Morris, 15 below at Kankakee, 8 below at Midway and Gary, with sub-zero wind chills about to go away, I think, for a long, long time. Let's take a look at the 7-day forecast. I'll give you a look at that. We have a rainmaker this week. That would come in here early Thursday. We'll get above freezing tomorrow, 40 plus Wednesday and Thursday, then a quick one-day punch of colder air. But that 30, that's warmer than it's going to be today. And then we're back up to 42 for the Bears game at Soldier Field on Saturday. And then on Sunday, high of 38 with temperatures next week running well above normal. Anthony, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky makes a concession as negotiations on a peace deal continue. We'll talk more about that in our other top stories coming up.
Shop my
Legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele are both found dead.
Yes, they were found fatally stabbed inside their LA home yesterday. No arrests have been announced, but police say a family member is being questioned right now by investigators. And People magazine is reporting that the couple was killed by their son, Nick Reiner.
Authorities in Rhode Island are still searching for the person who opened fire on Saturday at Brown University, killing 2 people and injuring 9 others. Police say a man who was detained about 20 miles from campus was released from custody on Sunday.
Today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave that special directive earlier this month. The FTA says that new security plan needs to be in place by the 19th.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to drop his country's bid to join NATO in exchange for Western security guarantees. But he is standing firm that Ukraine would not cede any territory to Russia. On yesterday, Zelensky met with a U.S. Special Envoy and President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Russian President Vladimir Putin has voiced his opposition in the past over Ukraine's NATO bid. Putin views it as a threat to Moscow's security, and he has marked this as one of the reasons for starting the war.
President Trump says a counterattack will be coming after a surprise attack killed 3 Americans in Syria. The U.S. believes ISIS carried out this shooting, with 2 of the victims being members of the Iowa National Guard, and the other was a U.S. civilian who was working in Syria as a translator.
The crew of a JetBlue flight that had just taken off for the Caribbean for New York City says that their plane nearly collided with the U.S. Air Force plane. This incident happened on Friday when a flight took off just off the coast of Venezuela. The JetBlue crew said that they had to stop their ascent to avoid a mid-air collision. The pilot says the U.S. Air Force air-to-air refueler was at the same altitude and passed directly in front of the plane within 5 miles.
The trial for a Wisconsin judge charged with illegally helping an immigrant evade federal agents begins today. Judge Hannah Dugan was hearing a case back in April against a man who was charged with battery, and Dugan is accused of showing that man right out the back door of her courtroom after learning that immigration agents were there on site looking to arrest him for being in the country illegally. Federal agents say that they then chased him outside and arrested him shortly thereafter. A woman visiting New York City is recovering after she was stabbed inside the iconic Macy's Herald Square store. Police are calling this an unprovoked attack. Officers were called to the store's 7th floor, where a 38-year-old woman was found stabbed in the back and in the arm. The victim was changing her baby's diaper in the bathroom when this attack happened. And police have arrested a suspect who faces attempted murder and assault charges.
Well, President Trump is being sued by preservationists over his plan to build a new White House ballroom. The National Trust wants a federal court to halt the project, arguing that the administration tore down the East Wing and began construction without the required environmental and historic reviews or even approval from Congress. The White House has not responded, but President Trump says that the project is being privately funded.
All right, 7:18. Time to head back over to Mike Kaplan. Look at that sun peeking out behind Willis Tower there. And that sun doesn't mean warmth, though, huh?
No, it doesn't. But that is a beautiful shot there, isn't it?
Yeah.
We do have some sun breaking through. Here's another view. This is from 875 North Michigan Avenue. And one of the things that has taken place, we've got some ice now on the lake. This is the first that we have seen so far this season. And with these extreme cold temperatures, no wonder that has formed. We can see some of the exhaust from the mills in northwest Indiana there from that vantage point as well. Precipitation-wise, we've got nothing. And in fact, for us, the next precip maker, not going to be snow, it's going to be rain. Out in the Pacific Northwest, they're still dealing with rain. It's not as heavy as what has led to just widespread horrible flooding in Washington State, but they're not exactly drying out there either. But the storm track for us is going to be such that we have really no accumulating snowfall in the forecast, and that goes right on through Christmas. Temperature-wise, it's still cold out there. Most of us are in the single digits. We've got a 10 at Joliet, but 6 at Aurora, Woodstock, 4 at Valparaiso, 8 degrees at Midway. And because the winds are still up there, in some cases more than 20 miles per hour, like we have at Joliet, Waukegan, DeKalb, Rockford, and Gary, we're seeing wind chills that'll still get your attention. If you're not bundled up completely, it feels like 10 below at Aurora, 12 below around Chicago Heights, 7 below is the wind chill at the lakefront. But we have warmer days ahead. Tomorrow, we should make it up past freezing. 36, 40 on Wednesday, 45 on Thursday when we have some rain early in the day. It will be colder for one day, Friday, but then temperatures bounce back well above freezing Saturday and Sunday. Right now, it looks like great weather for the Bears-Packers game on Saturday afternoon.
There you go.
Maybe not so great on the Ike. What's going on?
Yeah, you know, we have a couple of new crashes and then a couple that we've been talking about. This one's outbound on the Eisenhower at St. Charles Road. Involves a couple of vehicles, but it's over on the shoulder. IDOT is there already. And then taking you back over to the westbound side of I-80, we have that crash near Hobart Road. A right lane is blocked. Traffic starting now closer to Larkin Avenue. And then we have to go way back up north. This is that rollover crash reported in Crystal Lake. It involves injuries. Both sides of Route 31 are blocked between Half Mile Trail and Edgewood Road. It looks like they're asking people to go over on Walk Up Road just west of this to use as an alternate route. We'll keep you updated on this and some drive times coming up. Anthony.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriella. Plenty to get to here on Good Day Chicago. The investigation of that deadly shooting at Brown University, it continues. We've got a live report coming up from Rhode Island. President Trump could reclassify marijuana this week. We'll tell you what it means for the drug. And more security issues at the Louvre in Paris. Why museum workers are now going on strike. Stay with us.
Fox.
Welcome back. There's the sun coming up. Beautiful view there. However, for a serious warm-up, we got to wait a couple days. All right. Mike will have the specifics in just a moment. But first, to some of our top stories. President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and members of Congress, they all celebrated the annual lighting of the national menorah. This is for the first night of Hanukkah, that ceremony taking place right on the ellipse in front of the White House. Security was stepped up, though, after that mass shooting in Australia. The lighting ceremony was dedicated to the victims of that attack.
President Trump could sign an executive order today reclassifying marijuana. The move would reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. That is the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. This would be one of the most significant changes to U.S. marijuana policy in decades. The move can make it easier to conduct research about the drug and provide people more access, but it would not legalize it nationwide. And workers at the Louvre in Paris are voting to go on strike after months of mounting pressure following a jewel heist at the museum. The iconic museum is closed to the public today as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. They're also citing a security breach, which saw thieves pull off a heist in 7 minutes, walking away with $102 million worth of precious jewels. 4 men have been arrested in that theft.
The company behind those Roomba vacuum cleaners has filed for bankruptcy protection. The company is called iRobot and says it is facing competition from Chinese rivals, was also hit by tariffs. So it's forcing iRobot to cut prices and make some big investments in new technology. The company, though, says the bankruptcy filing will not disrupt its app, its supply chains, or its product support.
Kansas City Chiefs are not going to be in the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. It's been a pretty down year for KC. And now they've got even bigger concerns after star quarterback Patrick Mahomes goes down with a season-ending ACL tear. It happened on that play in the fourth quarter, and they lost to the Chargers on Sunday. Mahomes will likely not be ready for the start of next season.
All right, the Rocky Balboa statue near the Philadelphia Art Museum may be on the move. City officials are working to get the iconic statue back to the top of the stairs, just like Sylvester Stallone's famous scene in the movie. I guess it's at the bottom of the stairs right now?
Who knew?
Perhaps?
Yeah.
The statue was put in place right outside the Art Museum back in 1982. And the City of Brotherly Love actually has 3 Rocky statues. I believe one of them is in one of the stadiums there.
Oh, okay.
Inside.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Philly's they also got a jail inside the Eagles.
Do they really?
Yeah, for
Right
raucous Eagles fans, yes.
That's
It's actually
necessary.
It's a thing.
Oh, man.
All right, well, Maggie Simpson finally has something to say. It was a rare opportunity to hear the youngest member of the Simpson family talk in last night's episode.
I'm driving to school today. How am I going to learn not to kill people if you don't let me practice?
Maggie, rest your voice. You're still getting over that laryngitis.
Please, don't let Bart drive. It's too scary. He drives so wiggly and everybody honks at us and yells bad words and shows us fingers.
Now, that scene was a flash forward. She was voiced by Lindsay Lohan. Maggie, of course, has always remained silent on the show. This wasn't the first time we've heard her speak. First time happened in an episode back in 1992, where she was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor? Lindsay Lohan? Yeah.
Wow.
For big names.
I wonder what Maggie would have to say about the Bears.
1992. So I mean, that show has been on.
That long?
For 30-something years. That is just absolutely incredible. All right, we have a big warm-up on the way. Not just this week, but probably right on through Christmas. That might be good news. It might be bad news, depending on your perspective of things. But we do have some ice on the lake and a little bit of sunshine breaking through the clouds. I've got the forecast when we come back.
Fox 30.
Welcome back. It is 7:30 on your Monday morning. We appreciate you joining us.
Here's a look at some of the stories we're following this morning. Los Angeles police are investigating the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele as possible homicides. People magazine reports that their son Nick may have been their killer. The two were found dead on Sunday. Police say that they had been stabbed to death.
Providence, Rhode Island police say that they are releasing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University. That shooting on Saturday killed 2 students and left 9 others hurt. Police are now looking for any surveillance video that could help pinpoint the killer's identity.
Australian leaders are proposing new, tougher gun laws after a father and son duo are suspected of shooting and killing 15 people. It happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday as hundreds were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. The Prime Minister is calling it an act of anti-Semitic terrorism.
It is uncharted territory. Aldermen expressing concerns about a local government shutdown in Chicago.
Roseanne has more as the efforts now ramp up to fill that $1.1 billion budget gap.
Yes, and the year-end deadline is fast approaching with no budget in sight yet. While this is new territory, we know that any city government shutdown would be far-reaching. A shutdown would halt most city services for residents, water, sewer, trash collection. It would leave about 30,000 city employees unpaid, although the city council could potentially pass special spending authorizations for first responders. City permits and inspections would stall, which would be devastating for many local businesses, putting their work at a standstill. Last week, Alderman Brian Hopkins considered another nightmare scenario.
And the more we get into looking at contingencies for how we can get through this, the worse it actually looks. I just don't think we can afford to shut down the government for the city of Chicago, especially in winter. What if we get a snowstorm in January and we don't have snowplows on the streets? You know, things like that need to be considered.
And because there's really no experience to draw from, it is hard to get answers about contingency plans if the government shuts down. But Hopkins does say that the mayor's office and the city law department are working to try to figure that out. The next meeting between aldermen is happening at 10 o'clock this morning here at City Hall. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for that update today. Meantime, the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive earlier this month. It specifically points to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month when a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The FTA says this new security plan has to be in place by the 19th.
Well, 3 people are dead in connection to 3 people are in custody in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Demond Smith, along with the 16-year-old, are now facing charges. Moore is the alleged shooter. He is charged with first-degree murder. The other 2 are facing felony murder charges. All 3 are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, a 16-year-old DeVille Holden, was killed back on August 2nd. Officials say that his murder was a case of mistaken identity.
A Chicago firefighter was hurt while crews tried to put out a fire in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. This happened in the 1100 block of North Lawndale. A firefighter was reportedly rushed to the hospital after being hit with debris. Another person was also hospitalized. No word yet on either of their conditions, as the cause of that fire remains under investigation.
Wrestling coaches at John Hersey High School in Arlington Heights have been placed on administrative leave. The Daily Herald says that the affected coaches are across both the boys and girls program. District officials are conducting an internal investigation, but so far have not provided any other details.
All right, it's another victory Monday for the Bears after they bounce back from their loss to the Packers and take care of business against the Browns.
10th victory Monday of the year, right?
It's amazing.
Yeah, Bears got a big win from all 3 phases. Caleb Williams threw 2 touchdown passes to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift scored a pair of touchdowns on the ground, and the Bears defense came up with 3 takeaways against Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders. 31-3 was the final. Here's Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson after the game.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played close games. We played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that. and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. You know, it's 10's great, but it's not enough.
That gets the Bears to 10 wins on the year with 3 games remaining. They can clinch a playoff spot this weekend with a win over the Packers and a Lions loss.
And they will be playing in notably warmer conditions, correct, Mike Kaplan?
Oh, my gosh, big time. Yeah, yesterday, single digits. It'll be in the low 40s on Saturday,
Nice.
So a huge difference. There's a look at our lake, which is now beginning to freeze over a little bit. These extremely cold temperatures can turn that lake into glass in just a very, very short period of time. And we will also start melting all of that ice here later this week. In fact, the melt may start tomorrow. These are the current temperatures. Look, it's still cold out there. 4 at Valparaiso, 8 at Midway, Woodstock, Waukegan, 6 in Aurora. And there is still some wind out there, so we have wind chills that feel painful. But already, I mean, it's a baby step. Temperatures across most of Chicagoland warmer than at 7 a.m. yesterday, and in some cases by double digits. It's 11 degrees warmer, for example, at O'Hare than it was at 7 a.m. yesterday. But the winds are and will be strong throughout the day. We're not going to see blowing down any trees or anything, but we will see these gusts up there around 20 miles per hour or perhaps a little bit stronger at times. So the wind chills, it'll still be painful if you don't cover up. We've got a 12 below wind chill at Chicago Heights, 15 below at Kankakee, feels like 11 below at Woodstock, and 12 below at Valpo. 25, that's your high today. Southwest winds at 10 to 20, going to keep the wind chill most of the day in the single digits. Mostly, but not entirely, cloudy skies. Tonight, a little bit more break in the cloud cover. 20 degrees for the low, so temperatures don't get that cold tonight. And from there, we go to 36 tomorrow, and then a 40 on Wednesday. Thursday, early in the day, we'll get to 45 with some rain. Then temperatures fall. We get a one-day shot of colder air on Friday before the next warming trend Saturday. For the Bears game, a high of 42, and on Sunday, it'll be 38. All right, let's look at some photos that came in from the Fox 32 weather app. A lot of you captured yesterday's kind of spectacular skyscape over the lake. This is a view here from Larry. And let me make sure I pronounce your last name correct. I'm going to go with Zeideman, Larry Zeideman. And this was a lake effect snow band that he noticed there around Merrillville, Indiana. Cool shot there. Here is a picture of Oliver taking a break from playing in Marseilles. Oliver apparently is a Great Dane puppy. And this is Kevin Christensen. Of course, he's our de facto LaSalle County Bureau Chief. Sends in all the pictures. That's apparently, I think he says it's his daughter's dog there. But Ollie looks like he's fairly happy out there, and some fresh snow that came down there in LaSalle County. Next up, it is Canis latrans, which means singing dog. It's a coyote out there on the tracks waiting for the 419 to slide on through there. Bob Ward, thanks for getting that picture. Here's the only thing I'm going to say, and I caution Bob, railroad tracks are privately owned, and that would be considered trespass.
Yes, indeed.
So, and it's also just dangerous. You know, it's a cool picture, but we certainly do not encourage anybody, Bob included, to get out there on those railroad tracks. Be safe. And my buddy Jan Eigenfeld gives us a look at Buffy. This is one of two bison, at Lord's Park. This is in Elgin, and it looks like Buffy's got a little bit of snow on, what would you say, his face there?
Yeah, I guess so.
Probably. I'm going to go with with that, but Jan, that's a good picture there. And she did a little editing. There's a fence that was blocking part of the view, probably like a little wire fence, and she edited that out. You just swipe that stuff away there. Yep.
Nice.
Get rid of your exes that you don't want to see anymore in the picture. It's all
We've all been there.
Very nice. Very nice.
All right. Anthony, what about
Thank
the road?
you. Okay, the only thing major is up far northwest, just north of Crystal Lake. Route 31 is actually shut down because of a rollover crash there. This happened between Half Mile Trail and Ames Road about an hour ago. But look for that. Yeah, 3 people injured in that one. Also, if you are a Southwest Service Metra commuter, there's a delay. The 806 train that's scheduled to arrive at 8:32, that's running 15 to 20 minutes behind this morning, so heads up there. Here's a look at your drive times. Inbound on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 50 minutes. On the Eisenhower, Route 390 to downtown, 43 minutes. Your inbound drive time on the Stevenson I-355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 37 minutes. And if you're coming in on the Dan Ryan from 95th to downtown, 32 minutes. We will be right back. Welcome back. Police in Providence, Rhode Island have released a person of interest who had been detained in connection to the deadly shooting at Brown University.
2 students are dead and 9 others injured after a gunman stormed into an engineering and physics building on campus. Our Kaylee Schuyler joins us live from Providence. So, Kaylee, what is next in this investigation?
Hi, Anthony and Brian. Investigators say the previous person of interest didn't match DNA evidence, so they let him go, and the shooter is still on the loose. The mayor of Providence says that the community is safe, so there will not be another shelter in order put in place. But it was late last night that officials admitted that they couldn't say whether the shooter had left the state, and said that they're going to keep following the tips they receive.
And so we're not going to give away the game plan. But the fact of the matter is that law enforcement has the tools necessary to solve this case, but we're 36 hours out. So, you know, it can never be too fast, particularly for the victims and their families.
Officials say this video is the most useful to track down the shooter. We can't even see a face, but we're told it's a man in his 30s dressed in dark clothing. Police say the shooter used a handgun to fire more than 40 rounds into a classroom during a final exam review on Saturday. Rhode Island Attorney General says there are not a lot of cameras in the building where the shooting happened, saying they're not holding back any helpful video. Locals held a vigil last night to remember the 2 students who died. The latest information we have on the 9 injured is 1 student is in critical condition, 7 are stable, and 1 has been released from the hospital. The university has canceled classes and finals for the rest of the semester, so 1 student says the vigil was closure.
We're all very sad and coming out of a period of being very scared. I wanted to come out here in particular as a time when everybody is going to be together.
I'm standing just down the street from the School of Engineering where the shooting happened, and police are increasing their presence in this area and throughout the city. They're asking that if you know anything to please contact the FBI, and a specific tip line has been created for this incident. In Providence, Rhode Island, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, thanks for that update, Kaylee. Here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Keep it right here.
I'm on vacation.
Los Angeles police are investigating the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele as possible homicides.
People magazine is reporting that their son Nick may have killed them. The two were found dead on Sunday in the family home in Brentwood. Police say they had been stabbed.
Providence, Rhode Island police said that they're releasing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University. The shooting on Saturday killed 2 students and left 9 more hurt. Police are now looking for any video surveillance that can help pinpoint the killer's identity.
And today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration's directive specifically points to an attack on the Blue Line last month. That is when a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire.
All right, time is now 7:49. Taking a live look outside. Can't really see the beautiful sunrise from this angle, Mike, but no matter what angle you're looking at, it's cold out there.
You're right about that. And you can see the ice that has formed on Lake Michigan. And yesterday we had some sea fog going on. It was really spectacular. We will see mostly cloudy skies today. It is still going to be very cold. It just won't be as maybe Arctic cold as what we had yesterday. These are the current wind chills. Feels like 10 below zero around Chicago Heights and Merrillville. And it's even worse at Valparaiso. Feels like -6 at O'Hare. 11 below zero is the wind chill in Woodstock. We'll gradually get these wind chills up into single digits above zero this afternoon, but it's going to be cold all day long. But Here is the outlook for December 23rd through December 29th. High confidence that for that period, it's going to be warmer than normal. And we will have warmer than normal temperatures here starting tomorrow, lasting for the most part right on through the weekend. We got one little dip on Friday. Today, another cold day, 25 degrees, just not as cold as yesterday, but whatever perceived warm up, you're really not going to notice it because we have gusty southwest winds. That'll keep that wind chill out there in hat and glove for sure territory. 20, though, tonight, and it won't be as windy. Skies by then will have become partly cloudy, and I think we'll have partly sunny skies here tomorrow. 36, let the thaw begin. 40 on Wednesday, 45 on Thursday with some rain early in the day. Then a little one-day punch of colder air, but not like what we just had over the weekend. A high of 30, I'll take that. Then Saturday for the Bears game, sunshine mixing with clouds and 42. We'll have a high temperature of 38 degrees on Sunday, and I think next week will be even warmer than that. Anthony, back to you for another traffic update.
Indeed. First up on the Metra Southwest service, we have inbound and outbound trains are delayed. Signal problems have both directions of that railway running 20 to 30 minutes behind schedule. So heads up there. The only big crash we are tracking right now is in the far northwest suburbs, north of Crystal Lake. Route 31 is actually blocked completely due to an overturned vehicle. There's a rollover crash. 3 people are injured there. So heads up and avoid Route 31. Here's a look at the rest of your inbound drive times. 52 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. 44 minutes inbound on the Eisenhower between Route 390 and downtown. On the Stevenson, you're at 38 minutes inbound from 355 to DeSable Lakeshore Drive, and you're at just over a half hour on the Dan Ryan. That's a 34-minute ride between 95th and downtown. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and members of Congress, they all celebrated the annual lighting of the National Menorah on the first night of Hanukkah, and the ceremony took place on the ellipse in front of the White House. It was solemn. Security was stepped up after the mass shooting in Australia. The lighting ceremony was dedicated to the victims of that attack.
President Trump could sign an executive order today reclassifying marijuana. The move would reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. That is the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. This would be one of the most significant changes to U.S. marijuana policy in decades. The move could make it easier to conduct research about the drug and provide more people access, but it would not legalize the drug nationwide. Workers at the Louvre and Paris are voting to go on strike after months of mounting pressure following a jewel heist at the museum. The iconic museum is closed to the public today as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. We're also citing a security breach, which saw thieves pull off a heist in just 7 minutes, walking away with $102 million worth of jewels. 4 men have been arrested in that theft.
The company behind those Roomba vacuum cleaners, those nifty little things that do the work for you, well, the company behind them has filed for bankruptcy protection. It's called iRobot, and it says it's facing stiff competition from Chinese rivals. It was also hit by tariffs as well. It's forcing iRobot to cut prices and make big investments in new technology. The company says the bankruptcy filing won't disrupt its app, its supply chains, or product support. And in Philly, the Rocky Balboa statue that's right near the Philly Art Museum may be on the move. City officials are working to get that iconic statue back up to the top of the stairs up to the museum, just like in Rocky. The statue was put outside the art museum back in 1982. I guess it's at the bottom of the stairs or nearby. The city of brotherly love actually has 3 Rocky statues.
Well, Maggie Simpson finally has something to say. It was a rare opportunity to hear the youngest member of the Simpson family talk in last night's episode.
I'm driving to school today. How am I going to learn not to kill people if you don't let me practice?
Maggie, rest your voice. You're still getting over that laryngitis.
Please, don't let Bart drive. It's too scary. He drives so wiggly and everybody honks at us and yells bad words and shows us fingers.
Well, that scene was, of course, a flash forward. She was voiced by Lindsay Lohan. Maggie's always remained silent on the show, and this was not the first time we've heard her speak. Fans first heard her talk in a 1992 episode voiced by Elizabeth Taylor. Merriam-Webster's 2025 word of the year is slop. Slop was first used in the 1700s to mean soft mud, but has since expanded to mean digital content of low quality that is usually produced by artificial intelligence. Slop was picked based on popularity and which word best reflects the span of the year. Well, someone could claim a massive prize just in time for the holidays. The Powerball jackpot tonight stands at $1.1 billion. That is now the 6th largest jackpot in the game's history, but still not even the biggest jackpot this year. The last jackpot claimed in the multi-state lottery was back in September, worth $1.7 billion. Plenty more Good Day Chicago still to come this Monday morning. Keep it right here. Time is now 7:55.
All right, new this morning, 2 chief executives at Netflix are laying out the company's case for purchasing Warner Brothers Discovery. In a letter acquired by Bloomberg, Greg Peters and Ted Sarandos say that they are committed to releasing Warner Brothers movies in theaters, despite Sarandos calling it an outdated experience. They also promise no studio closures. Netflix is trying to close their $82 billion deal after Paramount made a hostile bid for Warner Brothers. A federal appeals court is upholding a contempt verdict against Apple over fees on its App Store. Judges say that Apple defied an order to let other payment systems into its iPhone App Store. Apple it required all in-app purchases to use its own system, charging commissions between 15% and 30%. The case will now be reopened to set a fair commission.
Savin Technologies is recalling the company's ice crushers due to a fire risk. More than 11,000 affected products have been sold since 2021. Most people bought them online, including at Amazon and Walmart's website. If you do have one, contact the company for a refund.
Tyra Banks is being sued for nearly $3 million. A Washington, D.C. landlord filed a breach of contract lawsuit against the supermodel and her ice cream business, Smize and Dream. Court documents say the landlord entered a 10-year commercial lease with Banks and her nonprofit. He says that Banks suddenly terminated the lease over the summer and is refusing to pay rent.
The process of securing a home mortgage may soon move to the digital world. Companies like Figure claim that they can revolutionize home financing via cryptocurrency. Company representatives believe blockchain technology could eliminate paperwork and middlemen while reducing the time and costs associated with getting a home loan. However, critics warn that cryptocurrency is notoriously volatile and there are no regulations or consumer protections.
Southwest Airlines may soon launch its own network of lounges at airports. All right. The Dallas-based carrier is reportedly making plans to team up with Chase Bank to create these upscale lounges. According to reports, executives hope to target frequent flyers who have grown accustomed to the perk.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Developing now at 8 o'clock, the growing investigation after director Rob Reiner and his wife were found fatally stabbed. Their son is reportedly being questioned.
And the search for the Brown University shooter ramps up after police release the one person of interest they had in custody.
Plus, Chicago alders push forward in their fight against the mayor's budget proposal. Why they say it puts our most vulnerable communities at risk.
After a frigid weekend, get ready to thaw out. We're tracking some changes, but don't get too comfortable and don't shed that coat just yet. You still need it today.
Exactly. We hunkered down all weekend. I understand there is a warm-up on the way this week. Caitlin, good morning. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome back.
I know, our bills this month are going to be so expensive. Which, by the way, sorry about my voice.
Oh, I'm sorry, Caitlin. You're back.
On the mend.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's on the mend. The weather, temperatures, hopefully on the mend as well
Yeah.
at some point here.
Yeah, okay, so today we are actually going to be more than double what we were yesterday. So let me say that, but also say that we're going to be in the 20s. So it is going to be a cold day today. As you just heard Anita mention, you got to bundle up like you did over the weekend. Satellite radar showing that we do have quiet conditions outside of clouds. So we're going to have mostly cloudy skies holding on throughout the day today. And speaking of temperatures, this is what you want to see. The actual temperature now is 7 at the lakefront and Chicago Heights. It's 8 in Morris and Aurora, 6 at Woodstock, 10 in Gary, and 6 in Valpo. But the feel-like temperature is below 0, 10 degrees below 0 at the lakefront, 11 degrees below 0 at Midway. So a very cold start, highs in the 20s. We do have a nice warm-up coming for some of the days this week. We're on a roller coaster. I'll explain ahead. Anita.
Okay, thank you so much, Caitlin. We are following several developing stories this morning, so let's get to them. Los Angeles police are investigating the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele, as possible homicides. People magazine reports their son, Nick, may have killed them. The two were found dead on Sunday. Police say that they had been stabbed. Reiner was a prolific director, perhaps best known for movies like When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, and A Few Good Men.
Providence, Rhode Island police say that they are going to be releasing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University. That shooting on Saturday killed 2 students, left 9 others hurt. The release leaves authorities without any suspect here. They're now looking for any surveillance video that could help pinpoint the killer's identity.
This morning, Australian leaders are proposing new, tougher gun laws after a father and son duo are suspected of shooting and killing 15 people. It happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday as hundreds were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is calling it an act of anti-Semitic terrorism. The tragedy felt here in Illinois at the Lubavitch Chabad after a Chabad rabbi lost his life in the mass shooting.
Rabbi Eli Schleinger, a devoted Chabad rabbi who helped organize the event, a living menorah, a living light.
Governor J.B. Pritzker is responding in the wake of the attack, posting on X that he is horrified by the terrorist attack in Australia targeting Jewish people, adding that anti-Semitism has no place in this world.
All right, it's uncharted territory financially speaking here in Chicago. Aldermen expressing concerns about the possibility of a local governmental shutdown here in Chicago.
We obviously hope it does not happen. Roseanne has more as efforts ramp up to fill that $1.1 billion budget gap. Roseanne.
Well, there is still no budget in sight with that year-end deadline looming, and it raises the question, what exactly would a government shutdown look like here in Chicago? Well, aldermen concede that the more they look at what could happen, the worse it gets. A shutdown could halt most city services, water, sewer, trash collection. It could leave 30,000 city employees unpaid. It could also stall permits and inspections, which would be devastating for many local businesses, putting their work at a standstill. Last week, Alderman Brian Hopkins weighed in on the possible impacts.
Clearly, we would like indirect impacts on firefighters, paramedics, police officers. You know, we're looking for ways to provide additional furlough time for them. Some of them might not get paid initially, but, you know, the back pay will eventually have to be made up. If you work, you're going to get paid for your time. But we're on uncharted territory here. We've never had to experience this before.
Well, the alders will be meeting at 10 o'clock this morning, but ahead of that, at 8:45, there's going to be a group of alders and people from community organizations having a news conference here, and they are calling for funds to protect youth jobs and also gender-based violence services. So a lot going on at City Hall today, and certainly a lot of calls for progress, hoping that they will make some headway of some kind today here at City Hall. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Today, meantime, also the deadline for CTA to come up with a new security plan or lose federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive earlier this month, specifically pointing to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month when a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The feds say the new security plan also needs to be in place by the 19th. President Donald Trump is expected to sign an order today reclassifying marijuana, and this could mean big tax relief for Illinois' cannabis industry. The order would put marijuana in the same category as prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. It would also end the rule preventing state legal marijuana businesses from claiming standard business tax deductions. The move would not, however, decriminalize marijuana.
3 people have been arrested in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland, 21-year-old Javon Moore, 20-year-old Damon Smith, and a 16-year-old are facing murder charges. All 3 are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, 16-year-old DeVell Holden, was killed on August 2nd. Authorities say that his murder was a case of mistaken identity. A Chicago firefighter is hurt after responding to a fire in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. It happened Sunday near the intersection of North Lawndale and West Thomas. The firefighter was rushed to the hospital after being hit by debris. Another person was also hospitalized. The cause of the fire is under investigation right now. Well, we would call this Victory Monday.
That's right.
For all Bears fans. Yes, the Bears bouncing back from their loss against the Packers as they get ready to face the Packers again.
I know. It's a big game. It'll be warmer, fortunately, for this one.
There's a win.
Yeah, they did their job against the Browns, claiming their 10th. This is the 10th victory Monday of the season. Yeah, the Bears got a big game from all 3 phases of the game. Caleb Williams threw 2 TD passes to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift scoring a pair of TDs on the ground. Defense intercepted Shadur Sanders 3 times. So the Bears won big, 31-3.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played close games. We played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that, and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. You know, it's 10's great, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and as if the Bears weren't formidable enough, the polar vortex delivered the 4th coldest game time temps in Soldier Field history. By the 3rd quarter, fans, understandably leaving the game in steady waves. They were up big at that point. Wind chills -6. Still, some fans had their bag of tricks for staying warm.
Are there other tricks for you to stay warm when you're in a stadium?
Drink.
What advice would you have for people who may have tickets or want to come see the Bears in January?
Fireball.
It all goes back to drinking.
One way to do it.
Yeah, I use the hand warmers, toe warmers, those types of things help as well. Yeah, we sat inside. I will say that we sat inside, but when you were outside, those things help tremendously. And I saw this one guy. When we first were pulling up, he was in this huge bear outfit, and I was like, Well, that's one smart man.
That's another way to do it.
Not getting touched.
He looked
by
like
the
a huge
wind.
bear, and it's like, but that's a really smart man.
I had two friends go tailgate and then go sit outside the whole time. They ordered electric jackets before the game, so hopefully those worked out for them.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's battery operated or something, but boy, cold wind, cold day, cold weekend.
Yeah.
And we have another cold one today.
It's cold again today. By the way, the technology that is out there right now for extreme weather. I remember in the summer when it was really hot, somebody on my daughter's cheerleading team had a fan that had a battery and it blew water out.
Oh, yeah.
So we were like in the middle of a field and he had a fan. I was like, what is that?
Misting spray?
You do what you got to do in the Midwest. Yeah, so today it is absolutely going to be cold again. Temperatures are going to be better than they were yesterday, but that's not saying much. Right now, we're sitting at 8 degrees is the actual temperature at the lakefront, 9 at O'Hare, 8 in Aurora. Some of us are at 10, like in Gary. It's 10 on the dot, 10 degrees at LaSalle. But these temperatures feel even colder than they actually are, no surprise. So if we check in on the wind chill, the feel-like temperature is actually 8 degrees below zero at the lakefront, 11 degrees below zero at Midway, 12 degrees below zero in Chicago Heights, and 13 degrees below zero in Kankakee. So it is a dangerously cold start. Limit your exposure if you can. Make sure the kids going to school are layered up. They have everything that they need, cover their fingers. Wind chills over the next 12 hours are going to remain cold. As we get into the afternoon, actual temperatures will be in the 20s, but it's going to feel like we could be around 10 to 15 with the wind chill. But let's take a look at our day. And these, by the way, are the actual temperatures for today, not the wind chill. But as I take you through lunchtime hour, we're already at 20 at the lakefront and O'Hare and Midway. So yeah, we're better, but it is still going to be very cold. We should be in the 30s. Temperatures are going to be back to the mid-20s by 3:45, and then we work our way into the evening, and the teens are starting to appear again. But what I want to point out is it's going to be a dry day. Although it will be a little bit gusty, we could see winds around 30 miles per hour. We'll take a look at your full forecast coming up.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. It's 8:11. Still ahead for us here on Good Day Chicago. A new push for accountability from the Chicago Police Department. We're going to be joined by Alderman Andre Vasquez, who's going to join us with his proposal and how he says it could save taxpayers money.
Look forward to that conversation, plus two rival basketball teams coming together on the court to do some good off of it. How you can get involved in the effort to fight brain cancer.
And the Chicago Bears, they're hosting their 37th annual coat drive. The Bears, along with Jewel Osco and the Salvation Army and Sherway Movers, they're asking for your old, gently used, or even new coats that you might not be using in the closet. Just drop them off at a participating Jewel Osco between now and February 16th. You can find more info online at chicagobears.com/coat drive.
Most
Welcome back, 8:14. Los Angeles police, they are investigating the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer, as possible homicides.
People magazine reports that their son, Nick, may have killed them. The two were found dead on Sunday. Police say that they had been stabbed.
Providence, Rhode Island police, meantime, say they are releasing the one person of interest in shooting at Brown University who had been in custody. The shooting on Saturday killed 2 students, left 9 others hurt, and police are now looking for any video surveillance that could help pinpoint the identity of the killer.
Australian leaders are proposing new, tougher gun laws after a father and son duo are suspected of shooting and killing 15 people. It happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday as hundreds were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is calling it an act of anti-Semitic terrorism.
All right, time to check in on our local weather situation as a frozen Lake Michigan. Wouldn't want to go out there over the weekend. Boy, it was bitter out there yesterday, Caitlin.
Yeah.
And we got another cold one to start the work week, correct?
It is going to be another cold day, yeah. This morning it feels like we could be below 0, and even this afternoon highs are going to be in the 20s, but it's going to feel like we're in the teens. So another chilly start. We do have some improvement expected this week, even starting tomorrow. We're back to the 30s, but today, dress like you did over the weekend if you went outside at all, that is. Temperatures currently are in the single digits for most. These are the actual temperatures. We're sitting at 8 degrees at the lakefront and Midway, and in Aurora, 8 degrees. 9 at O'Hare, 10 in Gary, 10 at LaSalle, 6 in Valpo. As mentioned, these temperatures feel like we could be well below 0, though, and it is going to be a little bit gusty today. These wind speeds currently gusting to 26 miles per hour at O'Hare, 30 at Midway. I'm seeing a gust of 26 in Gary. This wind is going to continue to be around 25 to 30 miles per hour today, coming in out of the south. So the wind chill, the feel like temperature is right now 9 degrees below 0 at O'Hare. We're seeing a range here at 0 to about 15 degrees below 0 for Chicagoland. So wherever you are, know it's going to feel like you could be around 0, if not below. Now, as we take a look through your day, these are our wind chills. The feel like temperature, how you should prepare when you step out the door. This is lunchtime, and it still only feels like we could be around 4 to 5 degrees in Chicago. Then we work our way into the afternoon and evening, 5 p.m., still feeling like 13. And tonight it's going to be quiet. Notice, though, temperatures are going to be dropping back down to the single digits for that feel like temperature as we head into your early Tuesday. Now, tomorrow, temperatures are actually going to be back to where we should be. In the afternoon, I expect the 30s, and it's going to feel like we could be in the 20s. So we are going to feel a huge difference, even for your temperatures tomorrow. Also, we're going to have more sunshine in the forecast. Today's going to be mostly cloudy, windy, and cold. Tomorrow, 36. Then we're back to 40 on Wednesday with a chance for some wet weather returning. Rain showers possible Wednesday night. Thursday, a transition from rain to a rain-snow mix. But take a look at these highs in the 40s. We're going to have some melting continuing over the next few days before temperatures drop back down to the 20s on Friday. Anthony.
We're tough now. Those 40s will feel downright balmy. Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Well, a Chicago alderman is pushing for more oversight of the Chicago Police Department, specifically surrounding their budget. 40th Ward Alderman Andre Vasquez here to break down a new proposal and what it could mean for our taxes. Alderman Vasquez, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Appreciate it, as always. All right, so talk us through what is in this proposal and what it specifically addresses.
Sure. So it's part of a changes to the management ordinance. So as we all know, we have a $1.1 billion deficit. Right. And so you have people talking about revenue and also trying to find efficiencies. So part of what's in this management ordinance, along with reporting that we require from the city so we can make better decisions, is calling for an independent forensic audit of the Chicago Police Department. What we know is our corporate fund is a $6 billion fund. That's how we pay for all the operations. Street and sanitation, water, all the things. The Chicago Police Department takes up now more than half of it after a 7.6% increase this year alone. So what we're proposing is that we just look in there to recognize, are there better policies, better operations that could be done? Are there things that officers shouldn't be bearing the responsibility for so they can focus on core functions that keep us safe?
With the clock ticking here and the $1.1 billion kind of shortfall here, how much savings could this net? I know we're going to have to get creative here to get on the same page.
Yeah, I don't think that we would know. So an audit, if you could imagine something that's that large, right, and somewhat opaque, I think it would take maybe a year to look at everything. But I think if we don't start now to do our due diligence, we're going to have officers out there doing jobs that really they shouldn't be doing, like parking tickets. right? That's something a person could do at a lower cost than an officer would do. And there's a number of things like that that we want to look and learn to figure out how to best right size what this can look like.
Okay. Any thoughts? You know, we've had Roseanne out there kind of running us through the dynamic of what is at play between the mayor and the city council. We got, what, like 2 weeks to go on this thing. Let's talk about what needs to happen in these next 2 weeks in order to get something that is fiscally responsible and also good for the safety of the citizens of Chicago going into 2026.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is what some families do on Thanksgiving and just all talk to each other, even if we don't agree. I think a lot has been made about the head tax, but that's only one thing in a 600-page document. When you have $1 billion hole, we've got to look at revenue, we've got to look at how we're saving funds, and we have to know, we know that we have tough decisions. So what we've said is the more honest you are with the public, the better. And I think you end up with something that might be a compromise on all sides, but it keeps us moving forward when we need it. What we can't have is any level of government shutdown in America under Trump, because Chicago would not bear well in that scenario.
What goes through your mind when you hear those words, a local government shutdown? We saw how it kept going and going on the federal level. We had Alderman Hopkins kind of saying, hey, what if a snowstorm hits and there's a government shutdown? What are your thoughts when it comes to this possibility? Is it a wake-up call?
It's frightening. I think it's healthy that the council is becoming more independent. But if you're out there at home paying your bills, just trying to live check to check, you want to see your government work. You want to have some level of confidence that folks can become grown-ups and get this solved. And so I think being this close to a government shutdown leads to a lack of confidence, which is not what people in Chicago need in this moment. I think if we all get in a room, sort out our differences, and figure out very tough decisions, we can get there. But this whole stalemate related to just a head tax, when there's so much more to talk about, isn't helping us move forward.
Anything else you want to get on record as the deadline kind of looms here about what you want folks at home to be thinking about with regard to this back and forth between the council and the mayor?
Yeah, I think that like everybody out here in Chicago should be calling for all of the information they can. Because if you just get this bumper sticker sales pitch about one piece of legislation, it's not the full sense of government. It's how you solve a problem. I think the more honest we are about the deficits, what we need to do to make revenue happen, and who should not be burdened with that cost, the better we come up with solutions for our city. I'm confident that every city council member wants to get to a right answer, even though we may look at it differently. We just have to hunker down and get it done.
Good luck to you. Good luck to your colleagues. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
In studio. Appreciate it, Alderman. All right, we got a lot to get to here on Good Day Chicago, and a bit later as well on Chicago Now. It's not just the busiest shopping season of the year, it's also the busiest time for returns. A lot of stores are changing their return policies, so we're going to check in with a retail expert to break down your rights so you can get your money back. Also, happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. We are talking about the man, this is great, you know, Elf on a Shelf. Well, there is a man behind Mensch on a Bench and his mission to spread kindness during Hanukkah. Plus, a Hinsdale TikToker proves that one man's trash is another man's treasure with their Rich Goodwill account. Can't wait to learn more about that. That is all coming up on Chicago Now. That kicks off at 10 a.m. We'll be right back with more Good Day after this.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 8:25 right now. The Bears may have stumbled against the Packers, but oh no, they are back to business, blowing past the Browns on Sunday 31-3, and we love to see it. They are maintaining their spot in the race for the NFC North title. Fox 32 Sports' Lou Canellis is here to talk about what this means for our playoff chances. Good morning to you, Lou.
Hey, good morning, Anita. How exciting is it?
It is so exciting. I know that the math gets a little tricky here, but let's walk through how we could still end up in the playoffs.
Well, right now you are in the playoffs. The Bears had the 7th seed going into the weekend, and then Green Bay loses at Denver, and the Lions lost at Los Angeles, and the Lions aren't part of the top 7 yet. Rams end up winning that game over the Lions. So the Bears are still in the mix. Bigger issue is Green Bay coming up on Saturday, game that can be seen right here on Fox 32 Chicago. Actually, our Bears Game Day live show will come your way early because we need to do the show before the Washington game that's prior to the Bears-Packers game. But you just threw up the standings there, and things are kind of crazy. But it's still a lot for the Bears to do here.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them here, especially given the strength of the schedule from here that they need to play. But I loved hearing DJ Moore after the game where he talked about the fact that, like, wait a minute, 10 wins. Like, for somebody who's been around for a few years, like, when was the last time you were celebrating 10 wins for the Bears?
Well, I can tell you this. DJ Moore is a guy who's been in the league 8 years. He has never been on a winning team for a season. So he's never experienced a winning season. This is a big deal for DJ Moore. And I loved hearing that from DJ. It tells you a little about the person that DJ Moore is. Here is someone who is on the verge of delivering his lowest output for a season. All right, his numbers way down this year. He hasn't complained 1 second about not being Caleb Williams' number one target. That guy has been Rome Odunze this year. And yesterday, they got him involved in the offense right away. He had 2 touchdown grabs. And even after the game, when he was asked about, hey, did you need this? He said, did I need what? Referencing, hey, did you need to finally get involved in the offense? And he said, listen, if it's going to shut you guys up, yeah, it's not a big deal. He's such a team player. He's a veteran. This Bears squad needs him, especially with the uncertainty of Rome Odunze's physical condition. Odunze thought he was going to play yesterday, and then during warm-ups, he was a scratch. His foot still bothering him, wasn't ready. No word yet on how long he potentially could be out. Luther Burden III got injured in yesterday's game. This team needs DJ Moore down the stretch.
Yeah, and if you look around the league, I mean, there were some really big injuries over the weekend. So what do you think our outlook is for Saturday?
Awful news in Green Bay. And listen, we all want to beat the Packers, but I don't want to beat the Packers at the expense of Micah Parsons not playing. We'll get the official word later today after he has an MRI on his knee, but everyone has said that it looks like he tore his ACL, which would finish his season, and it would take actually in the next year as well before he can come back healthy. That's just awful news for the Packers, no matter how much I want the Bears to beat the Packers. Also, they're terrific wide receiver who just came back from an injury. Christian Watson suffered a chest injury, stayed in Denver in a hospital, and it looks like he may be out a while. So the Packers are going to come to Chicago shorthanded for this game on Saturday night. And I'd rather Green Bay be at full strength so the Bears could go after them and win this game, and no one could have the excuse, well, they didn't have Parsons, they didn't have Watsons. You listen, you know, you can only play who you can play, but unfortunate injuries for the Packers. Even Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL yesterday. The Chiefs are done for the season as well. First time, I believe, in 11 years, Kansas City won't be going to the playoffs.
Oh, goodness. It's wild to see. But, we just hope that everyone can, for our team, can kind of get, you know, rehabbed in time for the next series of games. Thank you so much, Lou. We know we will have quite a bit of talking to do with you as the week goes on.
All right, Anita, thank you.
Okay. All right, this week, 2 rival high schools are leaving their differences on the court and teaming up to battle brain cancer. We're talking with the founders of the Kendall Nicole Ike Foundation about how this event got started and why it's so important. Caitlin?
It's a cold day today, mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures feeling like we could be below zero to start. And then this afternoon, it's going to feel like the teens. But we do have a warm-up coming in your full forecast. First, though, we had to toss out to Gabby. She's at Winter Wonderfest, I believe, this morning, having a good old time.
I know, even the ornament alone is so cute, right? This is a great photo op. Well, guess what? There's so many more here in Festival Hall at Navy Pier. Yes, Navy Pier's Winter Wonderfest going on now until January 4th. We're going to show you all around. The carousel's kicked on. We're going to take a ride and then also show you some of the slides, some of the obstacle courses, you name it, all here in Festival Hall.
Welcome back. In just a few minutes, a group of Chicago alders will make the case for their version of a city budget as the deadline to pass 1 inches closer.
Yeah, Roseanne Taz is live at City Hall. Good morning, Roseanne. They've got their work cut out for them, too.
They have their work cut out for them, and this is entirely new territory, leaving many wondering what would even happen if the government did shut down in the city. You know, it would halt most city services, water, sewer, trash collection. 30,000 employees would be left without pay, and the city council could potentially, though, pass a spending plan to pay first responders. But city permits and inspections, those would also be on hold, and that could devastate many local businesses, putting their work at a standstill. Last week, Alderman Brian Hopkins brought up the scenario of, can you imagine if we had a snowstorm? What would happen then? So this morning, aldermen are meeting at 10 o'clock. They're going to try and hammer out a plan. But again, the two sides are far apart. There's Mayor Brandon Johnson and his corporate head tax plan and the garbage collection tax plan of the aldermen. But before that meeting at 10 o'clock, I just want to let you know we're running inside right now to cover a news conference that's being held. And this is involving several aldermen and also some community organizations. And they are demanding a budget that also includes a dedicated community safety fund Fund. And what that is a fund intended to protect youth jobs and also gender-based violence programs. So yes, a lot on tap and a lot going on at City Hall. I'll toss it back to you now in the studio.
Hey, Roseanne, thank you so much. Yeah, everyone wants their voices heard. Los Angeles police are investigating the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele as possible homicides.
People magazine is reporting their son Nick may be responsible here for their deaths. The two were found dead on Sunday. Police say they had been stabbed.
Providence, Rhode Island police say they are releasing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University. The shooting on Saturday killed 2 students, left 9 others hurt. Police are now looking for any video surveillance that could help pinpoint the killer's identity.
Australian leaders are proposing new, tougher gun laws in the wake of the shooting that happened there on the first day of Hanukkah. A father and son duo suspected of shooting and killing 15 people. It happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday as hundreds were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is calling it an act of anti-Semitic terrorism. Back here locally, today is the deadline for the CTA to come up with a new security plan or risk losing federal funding. The Federal Transit Administration gave the special directive earlier this month. It specifically pointed to the horrific attack that unfolded on the Blue Line train last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. The FTA says the new security plan needs to be in place as well by the 19th. President Trump is expected to sign an order today that reclassifies marijuana. And this could mean big tax relief for Illinois' cannabis industry. The order would put marijuana in the same category as prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. It would also end the rule preventing state legal marijuana businesses from claiming standard business tax deductions, although the move would not decriminalize marijuana.
8:37, getting back over to Caitlin as we talk about these temperatures out there. They have been oh so frigid, but help is on the way if we can just get there.
That's right. Help is on the way. I'm with you. I like that mentality. Temperatures are going to be climbing. Tomorrow we're back to where we should be in the 30s. And then we're talking about the 40s, even the mid 40s possible by Thursday. But in the meantime, today it is going to be cold. We're staying below freezing. Right now, it's 9 degrees the lakefront, as well as O'Hare. Checking in Aurora, it's 8, 7 in Kankakee. Northwest Indiana temperatures at around 5 to 10 degrees. So the actual temperature, single digits, feeling like we could be well below zero with the wind speeds. Because these gusts are going to continue to be around 25 to 30 miles per hour. Yes, that one's coming in out of the south, but it's going to make a big difference in how it feels. Right now, we're seeing gusts at 30 miles per hour at Midway, 26 at O'Hare, and in Gary, 15 at the lakefront. And over the next 12 hours, these winds, as mentioned, they're going to stay propped up. As we get into the afternoon, 1 to 2, we're starting to see that decrease. And by this evening, we're back down to about 10 to 15 miles per hour. But during the day today, it's going to be windy, mostly cloudy, and cold. Here are your temperatures, our day planner, showing at 11, 18 degrees, then by 1, 21. So it is going to be another chilly one, but we are improving from yesterday at least. Looking at our futurecast, we're going to have those clouds, but luckily there's no wet weather in the forecast today. And as we head on into tomorrow, more sunshine will be here as those temperatures push back to where we should be in the mid to upper 30s. A full check of your 7-day forecast, including those 40s, is coming up.
See you soon, Caitlin. He is a Grammy-nominated singer and producer, but that's not what Eric Roberson is most proud of. At 9, he talks with us about how he's incorporating mental health awareness into his music.
Welcome back. It's 8:41 on your Monday, and this week, two rival high schools, they will come together to support one great cause. Palatine High School is hosting Brain Cancer Awareness Night. This is all in support of the Kendall Nicole Ike Foundation, and the founders of the Kendall Nicole Ike Foundation, Marty and Cindy Ike, are here to talk more about this event and the personal story behind the movement. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate you being here. Okay, either of you can field this one. We want to know the background story behind the Kendall Nicole Ike Foundation.
Okay. Well, our foundation was named for our daughter, Kendall. Kendall was raised in Palatine, and she and her three brothers all attended Palatine High School. Sadly, all of our lives changed when Kendall was diagnosed with brain cancer at 30 years old. And yeah, what we think is the most inspiring part of the story is how Kendall led her life during that time. She was joyful and almost undeterred in her pursuit of life.
So, Marty, why don't you run us through the mission of the foundation itself and what it really does aim to accomplish?
Well, what we do is we have various beneficiaries that people bring to us, and we help them get through a really difficult time. A lot of times what we do is we will give them not a lot of money, but enough money to maybe pay for a month's rent or pay for their prescriptions and just help them through.
And these beneficiaries are folks that were in the same situation that you all found yourself in.
Exactly.
With Kendall. Okay, so we hear these the school rivals. We're talking about the Palatine Pirates and the Vikings of Fremd. They're actually, it's rare you get rivals to join forces, but you have accomplished this feat to support the foundation through an event. This is happening on Friday. Run me through what is happening on Friday.
Well, we love the aspect that it's rivals coming together. So on Friday, December 19th, Palatine High School is going to host the girls and boys basketball programs of Fremd. And this was really a brainchild of Kathy Yates. Kathy's husband, David, was one of our first beneficiaries, and he was the varsity head girls basketball coach at Fremd. And after David passed away, Kathy approached us saying she'd like to do a benefit for the foundation, and she'd like to host it at Fremd. So it was a great success, and we are thrilled that this year it's being repeated at Kendall's alma mater, Palatine.
I love it. So how's it going to work Friday then? The game's unfolding. I'm guessing there's going to be shows of support all around on both sides of the court.
Yes, there are. And it's kind of funny, but Spunky Dunkers, which is a legendary face, it's in Palatine. Everybody knows it. Right now, they're doing a challenge to see how many people from the north or south buy donuts, and they're going to donate all their proceeds to our event.
I love it.
So it's going to be cool.
I absolutely love it. Now, for folks who aren't going to be able to make it to the event, who might be watching this morning, are there any other ways that they can support the foundation? I see there are T-shirts. I don't know if there's a website you could point us to so folks can get involved and support this important cause.
Absolutely. We would love if they would go to lovegoesfurther.org, and they can make a donation. They can learn about the other exciting things that we have coming up in 2026. And we just want to reassure everyone that whether you donate $5, $5,000, every dollar makes a difference.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your mission, sharing your story. Marty and Cindy Ike, we appreciate you being here in studio as well. Good luck Friday.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much to both of you. It's 8:45, and we're sending things over to Caitlin Cody. It's going to be nice and warm. The weather won't deter anyone from being there at that game and going in person, right, Caitlin?
Inside.
Inside.
That's the spot to be on Friday. Yeah, we're kind of riding this roller coaster this week. So Friday is going to be one of our colder days, but we do have a few days where we expect the 40s, okay? So remember that when I tell you that it is going to be chilly today, feeling like we could be below zero this morning and only reaching the teens this afternoon for our wind chill. But taking a look at our temperatures, our 24-hour temperature change, that is, we've improved from yesterday. So that's another good thing. 10 degrees warmer now at the lakefront compared to 24 hours ago. 12 degrees warmer from Morris to LaSalle. 14-degree jump there in Aurora. 4 degrees warmer in Valpo, 2 degrees warmer in Michigan City. So the temperatures are doing better. Right now we're sitting in the single digits from 9 at the lakefront and O'Hare to 8 at Midway and Aurora. So you still need to layer up. Dress just like you did over the weekend. It's still going to be brutally cold today. As I said, that wind chill only reaching the mid-teens this afternoon at the highest. But as we move into your Tuesday, that's a little bit better. Highs are going to be in the 30s, but it's going to feel like we could be in the mid to upper 20s. 7-day forecast, tomorrow's high 36, then back to about 40 on Wednesday. Thursday, the chance for rain, 45, and then temperatures are going to drop. So we could see, as those temperatures drop, that transition from rain to a rain-snow mix. Highs of about 28 degrees on Friday, so that's our cold day, as I was just teasing. Friday, if you could find something fun to do inside. And then this weekend, better. Saturday, 41, and then 35 degrees expected on Sunday. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Well, there's no place quite like Chicago during Christmas time. When it gets this cold, it's hard to want to go outside to experience it.
Even though it fits the Christmas dynamic. You know, we've got the perfect spot for you to enjoy the festivities while staying indoors. Gabriella Primus is live at Winter Wonderfest at Navy Pier. Oh, it's so beautiful around you.
You know what, guys? There is not a bad angle in here. And yeah, you don't have to worry about the temperature in here. It's also always a comfortable 72 degrees. Winter Wonderfest here at Navy Pier and Festival Hall. It is huge, and there's, like I said, not a bad angle. I'm with Miguel. You are the program manager here of the Winter Wonderfest. We had to get on the carousel because we had to get on the fun. It's not just for kids. But tell us all that there is to explore here.
Yeah, so right now we're on the carousel, but we actually have a lot of hard rides throughout the event. So you'll definitely see things like the cliffhanger where you're feeling like Superman. You'll see different types of bumper cars. You'll see an ice skating rink. And then you'll see some inflatables as well for like the children. So like bouncy houses, inflatable slides, things of that nature. One thing that we're really super excited to add this year, we added an Arctic arcade right behind you over there. So you can play a bunch of video games, retro games, some of the newer games too, some hockey, you know, air hockey, foosball, that nature. So yeah, a lot of fun things for the kids this year.
Okay, we're gonna have to have Mike. Mike, go ahead, turn this puppy on. We need to get on the fun. It's not just for kids though, right? It's for families, friends, whoever may want to come.
All ages. So yeah, I'll see adults like locked in the arcade sometimes. We also have a Winter Wonder stage this year. So you'll see some of the best house DJs and dance DJs throughout the city performing. A lot of community groups as well. So like youth dancers and things like that.
You know what? I haven't been on a carousel in a while, and it's still going a little bit fast. What are kids' reactions when they come in here for the first time?
Man, so when we first opened the doors, we had the Boys and Girls Club have like a sneak preview night, and they just started screaming and running right in, and they started going to all the rides. So it's like instant because you just see all the rides right away when you walk in, you know, all the light assets and stuff as well to take those pictures with the family. So super, super fun for the whole family, honestly.
I know, speaking of, yeah, there's great photo ops everywhere, including here. Hello. But you also have some like frame photos that you guys can pick out from, etc.
Yeah, so we have like a professional team. So if you want like that professional photo, either with Santa up in the front of the pier, or here we have like this train photo up where you can get your little ones on the train, or definitely also recommend the photo op by the big tree. That's been a popular one this season.
Okay, if people are interested, do you need to get tickets online ahead of time, or can you get some at the door too?
Yeah, so we definitely encourage people to go to our website, www.navypier.org, for the pre-sale tickets. But if you decide to buy tickets on site, we have some kiosks, and you can do that here.
Okay, family, friends want to come together. Should they come really hungry, or are there just light snacks around?
Yeah, definitely come with like the mood for some sweet treats. We have rainbow cone, we have some Kilwins fudge, hot chocolate, things like that. But if you're really hungry, you're going to want to go into the Navy Pier, and we have a lot of food partners throughout the pier, great restaurants to check out.
Okay. I'm getting a little nauseous, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I've been on a carousel, guys. I'm glad we didn't do the cliffhanger, you and I, Miguel. That's the one where you're like Superman going around in circles. All right, we'll have more information about Winter Wonderfest on our website, fox32chicago.com. You and I are going to go for a couple more spins. We almost did the obstacle course together, guys, but I thought I wasn't really in the right apparel for that. But maybe we'll try out the slide for the 9 o'clock hour.
Well,
okay, we'll see you guys then.
While your stomach's intact.
Yeah,
Hop off the ride, girl.
I mean, she's not even on one of the horses.
Hey, let it go, let it go.
Didn't she do the Goliath? Gabby,
she did.
I think that the carousel is harder than the Goliath for Gabriella Primus. All right, we'll be right back with more Good Day right after this, everybody. Stay warm out there.
One sailor fell under a wicked curse. The only way to lift this curse is to find the world's most innocent soul.
I'm ready.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
The kids looking for something fun to do this weekend inside. Why not visit your favorite pineapple under the sea? Yeah, the SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants opens in theaters on Friday.
You would not have been able to tell by the opening of that clip, like where we were going
like
with things.
that.
Jake spoke with the voices of SpongeBob, Patrick, and even Mark Hamill himself about strange fan requests and why SpongeBob could soon help you navigate traffic on the Dan Ryan.
What is the most strange place or strange thing you've been asked to say in one of your iconic voices where you just sort of go like, that's the thing you want me to say in this place right now?
Well, once in a while there's a rule. Hey, could you do the SpongeBob laugh? I'm using the bathroom. You know, it's not a good time. Close that door. But that maybe is the only rule I have.
That never happened.
It happened 3 times today. I gotta learn to lock the door.
And Joker said so many inappropriate things.
Listen, Boopsy.
I'll tell you, when they'll ask you in an airport, and you don't want to draw attention to yourself, you know, trying to get to the gate or whatever. So you have to, you know, improvise and try and find the best way to do it. I've whispered in people's ears.
Yeah.
Joker here.
Yeah.
Very quietly. It's the quiet Joker.
Well, sometimes people go, hey, can I hear you cuss as SpongeBob? And I'm like, no. They go, why? I go, because I like having a job. Yeah, that's why.
You know, a lot of times when you...
I like being employed.
I heard once some people that were military and they were at a nearby base, and they saw me and they asked me to record a few things that they could use during morning drill.
Cool.
Which was really cool, and I can't remember any specifics, but it was, get in line! You know, it was, get in line! Or whatever it was.
Have you done...
Okay, so I've got about 50 things I'm going to go through. I'm going to need each of you guys to say, so sit
No
tight
problem.
now.
Lightning round.
He's on Waze now. You can order a SpongeBob app, and what you turn left here.
Yeah, SpongeBob just did WAZE, the Waze direction giving, you know, device. So if you want SpongeBob to tell you where to go, slow down.
In Chicago, it's just going to be, seriously? You're still not moving?
Yeah, come on. Oh, man. I'm still on the Dan Ryan.
Easy.
What an interview.
Easier on the Kennedy.
The 3 of them together, like, oh my goodness.
Props to Jake for surviving.
Yeah, that needed a roadmap for that too. All right, it is the season of giving, everyone. Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank, and the Chicago Bears teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. Every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online at chicagosfoodbank.org. We'll be right back with a brand new hour of Good Day Chicago after this.
Fox
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago at 9. Here's a look at what's new this 9 o'clock hour. Winter Wonderfest is back at Navy Pier. We're going to show you some of the fun attractives and as well as the festive light displays.
Singer Eric Roberson will be here in studio. The artist just released a new album and he shares how he brings mental health awareness through his music.
Roberson, yes, he is wonderful, yeah. And time is ticking on finalizing Chicago city budget. Oh boy, Roseanne is at City Hall with what alders are pushing for ahead of their meeting this morning. They're going to be meeting every day trying to hammer this out.
Trying to hammer this out, right? You're trying to hammer your way out the door this morning with these chilly forecasts. We're checking with Caitlin, a live look outside. It's still frigid out there, but at least we got a warm up coming sooner rather than later.
That's right. Today, even, we are improving compared to where we were yesterday. I'm sure many of you have a bit of cabin fever because it was so cold over the weekend. I think most of us just hunkered down. This morning, temperatures are in the single digits still. At the lakefront, it's 9 at Midway, as well as Aurora, 7 in Merrillville, 10 in Morris. But the speed of wind is going to be around 35 miles per hour at times. Right now, we're looking at 32 miles per hour at Midway, 26 in Gary, 22 at O'Hare. And with that wind coming in, even though it's coming out of the south, it's making a huge difference with how it feels outside. So the wind chill right now is 5 degrees below zero at O'Hare. So I'm not going to go through all these numbers. What I will tell you is 5 to 15 degrees below zero for what it feels like outside this morning. Make sure you wear all of the layers that you did over the weekend. It's necessary. Over the next 12 hours, temperatures are slowly going to feel like we could be in the mid-teens by this afternoon. Actual temperatures, though, will be in the 20s. Let's take a look at our actual temperatures with our futurecast. So, stopping it here at lunchtime, we are going to have a few clouds around today, but luckily we do expect dry weather. Outside of the gusty winds and the cold temperatures, it's going to be a quiet forecast. Temperatures, as mentioned, only pushing into the mid-20s as our high. By this evening, 7 o'clock, temperatures already dropping back down to the teens. And tomorrow, we're going to start to warm up nicely. Now, the temperatures aren't going to feel like the 30s, but we're back to where we should be for this time of year with highs in the mid to upper 30s. Now, we are going to have some wet weather. We're going to have a roller coaster of temperatures, but the 40s are also in that forecast. Your 7 days ahead.
Well, in less than an hour, Chicago aldermen will meet to discuss Mayor Brandon Johnson's latest budget proposal.
That's right. Roseanne is at City Hall with their concerns as they try to reach a budget deal.
Well, it's far-reaching because not only would it halt city services impacting residents, but it would also impact businesses here in the city and beyond. Now, Mayor Brandon Johnson tweaked his corporate head tax proposal to impact only companies with more than 500 employees. And alders are holding their ground on a garbage collection tax. If the stalemate does lead to a city service shutdown, though, business owners like Vince Sliwa, who constructs new garages, could be left in limbo.
If we're unable to get the permits or inspections, we're kind of at a standstill. And for the clients and for our workers, it's just we're playing the waiting game.
It's hard enough to get a permit as it is when the government's functioning, and it takes far too long. So I can only imagine that things like routine permits and building inspections, elevator inspections, all of those things would be the first to go under a government shutdown.
So Mayor Johnson continues to stay locked into his progressive agenda, but he does not have the votes right now. And then his more moderate opponents on the city council have meetings scheduled all week long to try to advance their own plans. And today's meeting starts at 10 o'clock. At City Hall, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
President Donald Trump is expected to sign an order today reclassifying marijuana. It could mean some big tax relief for Illinois cannabis industry. The order would put marijuana in the same category as prescription painkillers and steroid treatments, but also end the rule preventing state legal marijuana businesses from claiming standard business tax deductions. The move would not make marijuana legal.
Well, 3 people have been arrested in connection to the murder of a 16-year-old boy in South Holland, 21-year-old Javon Moore, 20-year-old Damon Smith, and a 16-year-old are facing murder charges. All 3 are from Phoenix, Illinois. The victim, 16-year-old DeVell Holden, was killed on August 2nd, and authorities say his murder was a case of mistaken identity. A Chicago firefighter is hurt after responding to a fire in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. It happened Sunday near the intersection of North Lawndale and West Thomas. The firefighter was reportedly rushed to the hospital after being hit by debris. Another person was also hospitalized. The cause of the fire is under investigation. And this morning, Australian leaders are proposing new, tougher gun laws after a father and son duo are suspected of shooting and killing 15 people. It happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday as hundreds were celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is calling it an act of anti-Semitic terrorism. The tragedy felt here in Illinois at the Lubavitch Chabad after a Chabad rabbi lost his life in the mass shooting.
Rabbi Eli Schleinger, a devoted Chabad rabbi who helped organize the event, a living menorah, a living light.
Governor J.B. Pritzker is responding in the wake of the attack, posting on X that he's horrified by the terrorist attack in Australia targeting Jewish people, adding that anti-Semitism has no place in this world.
Well, it is one of those just stunning headlines that's just kind of hard to wrap your head around. Actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele were stabbed to death in their home.
What makes it worse, L.A. police won't say who they are talking to, but People magazine says the couple's son, Nick, did it. Rob Reiner's movies have contributed so many quotes to pop culture for decades. Ashley Dvorkin has more on his career.
My father was my idol.
Actor, director, producer, and writer Rob Reiner went into the family business of entertainment, following in the footsteps of his father, Carl Reiner, and his mother, Estelle.
Is that all?
Rob Reiner had his big breakout role on the sitcom All in the Family in 1971, playing Archie and Edith Bunker's son-in-law, a role which earned him 2 Emmys.
What do you call this?
While he continued his acting career, his work as a director took the spotlight early. His directing debut was the mockumentary This Is Spinal Tap in 1984, which he would later revisit in the 2025 reunion sequel, Spinal Tap 2: The End Continues.
This is really a good time.
His other early directing credits included the 1986 coming-of-age film Stand By Me and romantic comedies, which would go on to become classics.
Prepare to die.
In 1987, he directed and produced the fantasy adventure The Princess Bride.
It's not the same for men.
A couple years later, the story of 2 friends who can't help but fall in love in When Harry Met Sally, starring Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan.
I don't want her spirit!
The 90s brought thrillers and dramas, including the Stephen King novel-inspired Misery with Kathy Bates and James Caan, and A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson.
We could do this.
In 2007, he directed Nicholson and Morgan Freeman in The Bucket List and consistently worked behind the camera from there. While promoting his 2014 film And So It Goes, he talked about a common theme in his romantic movies.
I tell the same story, basically. It's basically the way I view men and women. Women are just more mature than men. I don't care what age. They know what's important in life, and the men run around like idiots trying to figure that out until they meet a woman that can show them what's important.
At the 2024 Emmys, as the show honored 75 years of television, he reflected on his family's role in shaping it.
My father started in the late 40s, early 50s on the Show of Shows with Sid Caesar, and I've said, you know, he was on television before we owned the television. And we've seen the progression of what's happened, and then there's an explosion that we're seeing now.
Throughout his career, Reiner was recognized by the Directors Guild of America with several nominations for some of the many iconic films he created. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, as you would expect, tributes are pouring in for Reiner, including from former President Barack Obama. He said the late director created some of the, quote, most cherished stories on screen. We're going to talk live with TMZ about Rob Reiner. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
Such a sad story, even though we're still waiting on more details. On another note here that kind of makes you perk up, the Bears bouncing back from their loss against the Packers.
They practically dominated the Cleveland Browns, claiming their 10th win of the season. Big difference from last year. Bears got a big game from all 3 phases. Caleb Williams threw a pair of touchdown passes to DJ Moore. DeAndre Swift added a pair of touchdowns on the ground, and the defense intercepted Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders 3 times, with the Bears winning 31-3.
We've played teams that have a bunch of wins. We play teams that don't. We've played
close games. We played games where we've beaten teams by a lot. We've played, teams where we had to win with special teams, offense, defense, whatever case, running ball, whatever case. And so I feel that we're ready for just about anything, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the case may be. We're going to go out there and go out there and fight. I do know that, and I like our chances, us versus anybody.
Does winning 10 games mean anything to you?
Not really. we're on to the next one. It's 10's great, but it's not enough.
I'm glad he didn't take his shirt off outside in the game this week.
Few folks did.
Yeah, there were those that did. Sunday's game was the 4th coldest game in Soldier Field history. By the 3rd quarter, I don't blame them. Look, better to be safe here than try and tough it out. But a lot of fans started leaving the game in waves. Wind chills were below 0 pretty much all game long. But still, fans do have some tricks for staying warm.
Are there other tricks for you to stay warm when you're in a stadium?
Drink.
What advice would you have for people who may have tickets or want to come see the Bears in January?
Fireball.
We put an S after tricks, but really it all amounted to one trick, which was drinking.
Yeah. Well, the Bears will get a rematch with the Packers on Saturday, and it looks like Green Bay is going to be without their star pass rusher, Michael Parsons. He fell to the ground holding his knee in the 3rd quarter. The Packers lost to the Broncos. Many reports say that the Packers fear that it's an ACL tear.
Yeah, both
Looks like
him,
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Bad day for a couple of the biggest stars in the NFL. All right, you guys ready for this one? Merriam-Webster's 2025 word of the year is slop. Slop.
I don't know.
Slop was first used in the 1700s to mean soft mud, but it has since expanded to mean digital content of low quality that is usually produced by artificial intelligence. Slop was picked based on popularity and which word best reflects the span of the year.
You know what? Usually when they do these, I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard that word a ton. Even if I don't like the word, I've heard it a ton.
Never.
Slop?
No, today years old.
Other than I'm gonna have a plate of slop.
Exactly. And that not even in the last year have I heard a bunch of people saying, I'm putting slop on my plate. Yeah.
Well, you can buy a lot of slop if you win the lottery. Just in time for the holidays, the Powerball jackpot is tonight. Stands at $1.1 billion. That is the 6th largest jackpot in the game's history. Still not the biggest this year, though. The last jackpot claimed in the multi-state lottery was back in September, worth $1.7 billion.
All right, 9:12 right now, everyone. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back after this. 9:14 as we give you this live look outside, everyone. Yes, the bitter cold is still locked in right now, but a thaw is on the way. So we'll talk a little bit about what you can expect coming up shortly. We've got to get to one of the most shocking stories from over the weekend. Really, we're not even 24 hours into this investigation. So much to say today over the apparent murder of Rob Reiner and his wife Michele. Charlie Neff from TMZ is with us now, and you have some breaking news. TMZ is reporting about this investigation. Tell us a little bit about what you can at this point.
Yeah, as of right now, we know that Rob Reiner's son, Nick, is currently in custody at this moment. Of course, this is on the heels of the unthinkable tragedy that happened at Rob's home yesterday in Brentwood. I'm hearing specifically that Rob and his wife both passed away and had knife wounds on them. Of course, you know, this is just totally shocking. I'm also hearing that Rob and Michele's daughter was the one that discovered them at the home and saw the gruesome murder and aftermath. I'm also hearing that there was some kind of argument that happened with a family member that may have triggered this horrific incident. And like I mentioned, Nick, the son of both Rob and Michele, is currently in custody with LA Sheriff's Department. So we will obviously keep you guys updated on this story, as it is unimaginable.
Yeah, a huge development there, and his son being in custody. As I understand it, Nick has a history of some substance abuse issues.
Yes, I mean, I think anybody that knows Rob knows publicly what his son has been going through for many, many years. Substance abuse issues, in and out of rehab. At one point, he was homeless. And, you know, we are working on figuring out exactly what led to him possibly being connected to the murdering of his parents. But, yeah, it's absolutely horrible, and we'll keep you guys updated.
It's horrible indeed. So we're obviously hearing from so many people in Hollywood and beyond in the wake of these murders.
Yes, Billy Crystal, one of Rob Reiner's really good friends, spoke out yesterday about the tragedy, just absolutely heartbroken. Rob's stepdaughter, Tracy, also spoke out as well, saying that she is in shock. I think today Hollywood is just mourning. Rob Reiner was such a staple in the industry. Everybody loves him, and, you know, all the Family Matters, and, you know, everyone has just watched him over the years. He's been such a prolific person in the industry. He's been behind so many big movies, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking for what's going down and unfolding.
One of those big movies, When Harry Met Sally, and that's where he met his wife Michele, right?
Yeah, exactly. They had met on sets. They've been together ever since. They did have a couple children together, Nick being one of them, and Romy. And Romy is the daughter that we were told found them and discovered them at the scene.
So incredibly sad, and yet we're still in the beginning stages of this, still wanting more information, and I know you all are working hard to get that for everybody. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. It is not just the busiest shopping season of the year, of course, everyone. It's also the busiest for returns. A lot of stories about changing policies for different stores. So we're going to sort through all of that. A retail expert joins us to break down your rights so you get your money back. And happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. We are talking with the man behind Minch on a Bench and his mission to spread kindness during the holiday. That's so important after this weekend's tragedy, especially. Plus, a Hinsdale TikToker proves one man's trash is another's treasure with their rich Goodwill account. All that and more coming up at 10 a.m.
All right, it is just plain cold. It's not the incredible chill that we had yesterday, but take a look at the lake. Notice something out there? Yep, we've got some ice out there now, but instead of adding snow and ice this week, we're going to go into removal mode as temperatures warm up a little bit. Now today, no, it's not going to be that much warmer. Yeah, we'll have temperatures getting into the 20s, but that wind is still eating into the perceived warm up. 11 at O'Hare and Woodstock and also Morris, 12 in LaSalle, Peru. We've got 9 at Midway. Also at 9 at Kankakee. You picked up a little bit of snow on Saturday, and that's one of the reasons why you're a little bit colder than some of your neighbors to the north. Northwest Indiana, Gary 10, Michigan City 10, and in Berrien County, Benton Harbor coming in with an 8. That's the temperature. That's not even the wind chill. That being said, temperatures now are warmer than they were yesterday, so to speak, by 11 degrees at O'Hare, 13 degrees warmer around Aurora, and in Woodstock it's 15 degrees warmer. Not quite as dramatically warmer in Northwest Indiana, but we're at least pointed in the right direction. Unfortunately, here's the issue. We have gusty winds, in many cases over 20 miles per hour. Look at that Midway number. That's the strongest wind I've seen all morning, 32 miles per hour. Winds are out of the south, which heralds the warm-up that is on the way, but because they're so strong, look at these wind chills. Still feels like it's below 0 out there. You go outside without the gloves, the hat, the full, multi-layer deal, you're going to feel it if you're out there for more than just a couple of minutes. You have a -8 wind chill at Midway, feels like 10 below at NIU, -9 is the wind chill at Valparaiso, and only later today will we see temperatures and wind chills getting a little bit more tolerable. But not only this week, but next week. This is December 23rd through the 29th. So we're talking about the week of Christmas. Look how much of the country is favored to be warmer than normal. And there's a chance that on Christmas Day here, it could be way warmer than normal. I'll keep you posted on that. Today, let's go for mid-20s with a gusty southwest wind. It will be mostly cloudy. It's still cold. Tonight, temperatures are going to be in the upper teens to around 20, and it won't be as windy, so it will feel a little bit more, say, comfortable out there, I guess. Look at the 7-day forecast. 36 tomorrow. 40 on Wednesday, 45. That's your high on Thursday. We're going to get some rain in here, especially early in the day. Then temperatures will fall. I think we may be a little bit closer to 30 on Friday. We'll see. But Bears in action Saturday. We'll have a high in the low 40s. The game is at night. Temperatures will probably be in the mid-30s at that time. And then Sunday's high should be mid to upper 30s. And then it will get even warmer than that next week. All right, let's look at some photos here. 4 good ones. Beautiful sunset scene here. Susan Weber giving us a view. Not sure what town you're there, Susan, but still quite a bit of snow on the roofs there, but a beautiful sky. And a lot of these piles of snow are going to be going away this week and into next week. Our next photo, this one comes to us from Brian Marks, and he's got a cold winter sunset over Antioch. And a beautiful scene there. Let's look at the next photo that we have. Photo number 3. This one coming to us from, drum roll please, Jeff and Kathy Zitnick. They're in the South Loop. This was a spectacular sight. If you were anywhere near the lake yesterday and looked to the east, this is what you got. That's actually some sea smoke that comes up from the freezing lake and condenses out into clouds. Almost looks like some precipitation's coming down, but that sun came up over that kind of cloud bank there. That is a spectacular shot there. Thank you for that one. And I think we've got one more photo next. No, that was it. That was the last picture. Fair enough. All right. I know it's winter, but we're talking baseball. And did you know there's a new baseball franchise coming to Chicago, and it is inspired by the Savannah Bananas. Sherry Travis joins us now. She is the CEO and co-founder of the Chicago Snowballs. Welcome, Sherry. First of all, thanks for being on with us this morning. Tell us a little bit about the Snowballs and this league.
So first of all, yes, it is Chicago Snowballs weather. I was enjoying your weather segment. We were inspired by the Savannah Bananas and the Harlem Globetrotters, and decided that Chicago needed its own brand of sports entertainment and to bring this amazing opportunity to Chicago.
Now, this league is going to be a little bit different from the Bananas. You have boys and girls, correct?
We do. We do. So we are the first co-ed professional team, and we have amazing talent. There are some really, really talented athletes, both men and women, that have loved baseball since they were kids and want to be able to continue playing the game.
Now, this is the sort of thing, for folks who may not be familiar with the Savannah Bananas, even as popular as they are, they're playing baseball, but they're doing a heck of a lot more than catching and running and batting. So as you more or less audition players for your team, and you can tell us more about when and where those auditions are about to happen, who are the people you're looking for? You're not just looking for a good glove person. This player has got to be able to put on a show too, right?
So we're looking for great ball players who have something extra special. So we are looking for people who can dance, sing, play a musical instrument, have big personalities. We are working with the Jesse White tumbling team. Their head coach, Coach Emmanuel McGee, is going to be coaching our players when we select our team. He'll be coaching them on tumbling. So we want people that have some skills, but we're going to be doing training all spring to get ready for the season.
All right. The Bananas, they came here twice, and I mean, you couldn't find a ticket. They were so popular. I'm sure you're hoping that the Snowballs achieve that same level of success. Are they going to kind of be the Midwest version of Savannah's Bananas?
That's what we're hoping. We want to bring the same fun, spirited entertainment to Chicago. So, yeah, we're hoping that Chicago will be just as excited.
Okay. And Sherry, where are these games going to be played?
So as you put up, tryouts are coming up in January. We'll be at the Rosemont Dome. Right now we've got about 200 people who have so far started the application process, and about 50 that have completed the application process. Then we'll be going into training, which will be in Chicago. The games will be mostly in and around Chicago, but throughout the Midwest.
All right, what about tickets for these games? Since we know how quickly Bananas ticket sells, the assumption is that the Snowballs tickets are going to go like hotcakes. How do we get them? How are sales going so far?
So tickets will be available in January, and we'll have the season schedule also in January. And we're actually excited. The first opportunity for people to be able to kind of get a preview or a peek as to what we're doing is we're going to be doing a big charity event at tryouts with all the money going. It'll either be the 8th or the 9th, and we'll have details on our website and also on social media. But with all the proceeds, we'll be going to Chicago Youth Sports because we are big believers in youth sports.
Oh, that's great. What teams are the Snowballs going to be playing? Have you got opposition?
So much like what Jesse Cole did in creating the Savannah Bananas or the Harlem Globetrotters, we will have a second team. We've got 2 teams that we'll be putting together, and we'll be playing, the 2 teams will be playing, but then we're also hoping to play some college teams. We might have an opportunity to play the Illini in September. Possibly we're hoping to reach out. I've got some feelers out to Chicago Police. We'd love to play Chicago's finest and Chicago's bravest.
A lot of people would pay to see that for sure, Sherry. Very quickly, in about 15 seconds, tell us briefly about the leadership team that you've assembled there to get the Snowballs off the launch pad.
So, together with my brother who started his career at Microsoft and is a tech entrepreneur guy, we also have Mike Napoleon, who is our head coach. He was the winningest high school coach in Illinois history for baseball. We have Todd Sawyer, who is recently having left Visa, who's come to work for us out in San Francisco. We have Coach McGee, Coach Emmanuel McGee, is one of the coaches for the tumbling. We have Pierre Lockett, who runs Forward Momentum Chicago, who's our dance instructor. We have Dan Kaczynski, who is also going to be coaching with us. So we're putting together an amazing team.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see what this looks like on the field. This is going to be an exciting new team here, co-ed, and we wish you nothing but success there, Sherry, for the Chicago Snowballs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Look forward to it. We'll see you at tryouts.
All right. I'll be playing left out is going to be my position on that team. All right. Don't go away. We're going to hear the soulful sounds of Eric Roberson coming right up.
9:33, everyone, and it is Victory Monday. Yes, we were out there freezing at Soldier Field yesterday, but the Bears brought the heat and a win, our 10th at that. So we're on a roll, everybody, as we go into a week, a shorter one with the Packers at the end of it. We're on a roll. We're on a roll. You know, Winter Wonderfest has become a Chicago tradition where you can roll into an experience of magic of the season indoors. Gabriella Primus is at Navy Pier with what you can expect during the holidays. What are you about to do here?
Look, it's very important. Yes, indoors, so it's a comfortable 70 degrees in here. We're on top of one of the slides because Miguel here told me we have to get you on something other than the carousel. I said, fine, we'll do the Alpine slide. This one's just one of the many you guys have here, right, Miguel?
Yep, we're on the Alpine slide right now, and there's plenty more where this came from.
Should we go down?
Let's get into it.
1, 2, 3. As a true news reporter, I always have a change of clothes. All right, Miguel, I didn't make it as far as I thought. You can even stand on this thing? What the? Oh, that was fun. What are people's reaction when they come in? Especially kids. They're probably so excited to be in Winter Wonderfest.
Yeah, no, instant joy, instant thrill. As soon as they walk in, you know, these big, giant inflatables are all over the room. And yeah, this is the Alpine slide that we just finished.
Okay, we were on the carousel. There's also, what's this kind of Superman-looking ride that's right behind us?
Yeah, that's the cliffhanger. So yeah, definitely will put you up into the air like Superman.
Okay, thank you though. And the ice skating rink, of course.
Yep.
When people come, should they just leave a couple of hours, or is this a whole afternoon kind of event?
It's as long as you want it to be. Once you're in, it's unlimited. You know, you can come in and out, you can go and eat, and then come back if you want. The rides are limited. But I would say definitely, yeah, you can spend over an hour easily with the family here.
Yeah, there's photo ops, of course, that we talked about, an arcade that we saw in the 8 o'clock hour too. Also, away from just the Winter Wonderfest, there's things going on around Navy Pier that are holiday themed.
Right, so this is the Winter Wonderfest and Festival Hall, but throughout the pier, the festivities continue. So on the weekends, you'll see we have a vendor market with all types of community partners. You'll see that we have workshops throughout the weekend for free for kids and families to enjoy. So it's a really good time, even if you're not in the Festival Hall here at Navy Pier. And then I definitely have to mention that we have fireworks every Saturday at 8 p.m. winter fireworks, so definitely check those out.
Yeah,
very special.
You cannot miss that. You said that this had been around, a tradition for many families for 20 years, was it?
Mm-hmm.
You took a break during COVID, and now it's back and better than ever, as you said, which I would believe so, because there's not a bad spot in here. Do you see a lot of those families, maybe they came here as kids, that are now bringing their kids?
Yeah, that's the wild thing. We see a lot of families that they used to come as youth, and now they have their own kids, and they're getting to share those memories with them now. So super fun to have that full circle moment happening here.
All right, tickets for people. I know it's open 7 days a week.
Yep.
Should they get tickets here, online, before? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're open 7 days a week except for Christmas Day, and you can get your tickets online or you can get them on site when you get here.
And it's Winter Wonderfest, so it goes beyond Christmas. When do you guys close for the season?
Yep, it's open to all cultures, all celebrations. It's really just the winter festivities. And what was the question?
And when it ends?
Oh, yeah.
January, right?
January 4th is the last day, so definitely come visit us before then.
Okay. Do you have a favorite ride, slide in here? Because you actually were the one who told me to stay off that Superman one.
No, it's definitely fun. It's just not for the light of heart, but I definitely really love the Google Pixel Verizon ice rink that we brought back because it's indoors and you get to have all the fun that you want in there. So I would say that was definitely one of my favorites personally.
Okay, I did the Alpine slide. Are you happy about that?
Yeah, we did it.
Okay,
I'm proud of you.
I was brave, you guys. All right, we'll have more information about Winter Wonderfest on our website, fox32chicago.com. We're kind of giving you guys a sneak peek. It's going to open for the public here at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
I know it's going to be filled.
Oh, yes.
We'll throw it back to you.
All right, Gabby, thank you. Most days if she was out there, I'd be like, oh, jealous. But not today. No, because we have the one and only Eric Roberson, who is here with us. His music career spans more than 3 decades, although he doesn't look a day over 30 himself.
No, of course not, right? With his newest album, the singer's also bringing the culture to the conversation.
He's going to join us right now to tell us how he is doing and what's, you're shining a light on mental health awareness, aren't you?
Yeah, that's one of the important things for us.
Okay, why is that a big, factor in your work?
I think just personally, music has healed me through a lot of trauma and different things, and as I go through it, in this day and age, I think it's time to make sure we're checking on our friends and family. So if I can be in the front of saying, hey, I want to make sure I take care of myself and those around me, let's encourage and make it contagious.
Yeah, and for so many people, music is a part of healing.
Yeah.
And you've got some new music coming out.
Yes. I have an album coming out called Beautifully All Over the Place. Yeah.
That's the name of it?
That's the name of it. Well, you know, interesting enough, my dad got sick about 2 years ago. He's doing okay now.
Wonderful.
And what I would tell you is trying to work and get him help. I would just go back to the keyboard almost every night or go to the guitar every night. It would just help me get better. And the best way I said I was fragile, but I was present. And it was just open up a creative channel. So one day I write a rock song, next day I write a hip hop song, and it's a soul song, and, you know, one about crying, one about love, and it just was all over the place, but in a beautiful way. So that's how the title became.
You got an album, you also got a new book.
Yes, yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So the book really started, and it's really a book of writing essays, poems, drawings, the whole nine, and it's also called Beautifully All Over the Place. But some of my most important theories, practices that I lean on through great days and bad days are in there as well. Finding time to fish, discover, and love, you know?
What's easier for you, writing a lyric or writing a book?
I'm writing all the time. I think a song just takes more rules. A book, of course, has to have a little more structure in a different form and fashion. But my wife will tell you there's just papers laying around everywhere.
Well, they're going to good use. We can't wait to listen to you. And where can people hear more of you? Somewhere in Chicago, you know? Maybe?
Well, we just performed last night here, but we'll be back real soon. But you always go to ericrobersonmusic.com to find out the touring list. We love Chicago, so anytime we can come back, I'm always ready.
Come back soon. Let's move out the way and let you do what you do.
Thank you.
I believe that I deserve to be happy. If you wanna know, well, you can just ask me how I'm smiling through the storm. I'm just waiting for it to pass me. Dancing in the rain, will I do it gladly? Yeah. Life's a stage, might as well perform. Fight through it all. Fight through it all, fight through it all to get to your heaven, wherever that may be. Fight through it all, fight through it all, fight through it all to get to your heaven, yeah, wherever that may be. Some days your life is in a shadow. Current is too heavy to even paddle. Don't put all faith in a stream. No, no, you will get where you're going. Not every step is meant to be golden, but trust with they will lead. Fight through it all, fight through it all, fight through it all to get to your heaven, yeah, wherever that may be. Fight through it all, fight through it all, fight through it all to get to your heaven, yeah, wherever that may be. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, 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 yeah.
If this Welcome back. Time now, 9:45. Look outside. Definitely bundle up, Chicago. We're in for another cold one. Well, police in Providence, Rhode Island have released a person of interest who was detained in connection to that deadly shooting at Brown University. 2 students are dead and 9 are injured after a gunman stormed into the engineering and physics building on campus. All right, Kaylee Schuyler joins us live from Providence. So, Kaylee, what is the latest in this ongoing investigation?
Hi, Brian. So investigators say the previous person of interest didn't match with DNA evidence, so they let him go, and now the shooter is still on the run. The mayor of Providence says that this community is still safe, but there will not be another shelter-in-place order. But it was late last night when officials admitted that they couldn't say whether the shooter had left the state or not, and they say they're just following the tips they receive right now.
And so we're not going to give away the game plan. But the fact of the matter is that law enforcement has the tools necessary to solve this case, but we're 36 hours out. So, you know, it can never be too fast, particularly for the victims and their families.
Officials say this video is the most useful to track down the shooter. We can't even see a face, but we're told it's a man in his 30s dressed in dark clothing. Police say the shooter used a handgun to fire more than 40 rounds into a classroom during a final exam review on Saturday. Rhode Island's Attorney General says there are not a lot of cameras in the building where the shooting happened, saying they are not holding back any helpful video. Local last night to remember the 2 students who died. The latest information we have on the 9 injured is 1 student is in critical condition, 7 are stable, and 1 has been released from the hospital. The university has canceled classes and finals for the rest of the semester, so 1 student says the vigil was closure.
We're all very sad and coming out of a period of being very scared. I wanted to come out here in particular as a time when everybody is going to be together.
So this is the building where the shooting happened. It's the engineering building on campus, and police say they are going to be patrolling this area more and more and throughout the city as well. They're asking that if you know anything to reach out to the FBI. In Providence, Rhode Island, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, thank you for that update, Kaylee. Time is now 9:47 this morning. We'll be right back with much more on Good Day Chicago.
What about great?
9:50. We love that jingle there. The Cook County Sheriff's Office helping kids check off their Christmas wish list. It hosted the 12th annual Shop with the Sheriff event at the Walmart on South Cicero Avenue, located in Bedford Park. About 50 kids paired up with officers who gave the kids $100 each to spend on whatever they wanted. The event was sponsored by the Cook County Sheriff's Fraternal Order of Police. We love to see the smiles and the combination of these two working together.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
A new sequel to the most successful movie of all time opens in theaters on Friday.
Yeah, Fox 32, the only station in town to sit down with the stars of Avatar, Fire and Ash. And Jake spoke with Oscar-winning actress Zoe Saldana about growing up. I know you're jealous. I could feel it off of you, like, really, he did. Director James Cameron's strong female characters and how to swear in the film's alien language.
But first, they took a trip down memory lane to their first Avatar interview 16 years ago.
Our very first one, London.
Oh my God.
London, 2009.
Mengati gameye. Mengati. Yeah, you did so good. High five. I love that. Oh my
We were babies.
Yes, we were. Well, you still are. Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
You look the exact same. Your boy got old. You look the exact same.
No, you just have a beard now.
Oh, that's it. And it took me since 2009 to grow this, if I'm being honest with you. In the same way that anytime anyone learns a new language, you have to learn all the swear words. Do you guys know all the Na'vi swear words?
I've learned some since 2009. Yes.
Can you teach me one?
Well, it's just gaung.
What is that?
Gaung.
What is gaung?
It just means idiot.
Oh my! Wait, all the times you've called me gaung in interviews throughout the year, it makes so much sense now.
And we will find another way.
What do you think she would think of Ripley, Rose, and Sarah Connor?
I think she would definitely lower her bow to them and say, "I see you," because those are the iconic characters that defined my life as an artist. I remember looking at Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley when I was just 6 years old, going, "I want to be that." I did not want to be any character in a Jane Austen, story. I wanted to be Sarah Connor.
And now there's a 6-year-old girl watching these movies, looking at you, saying the exact same thing.
I love that.
That's a cool thought.
She looks amazing.
Yes,
Just the way you say it.
Right.
Yes. Avatar Fire and Ash opens in movie theaters Thursday afternoon.
Fiance watching, baby.
Don't give me
He's gonna run into Zoe tomorrow. 9:53. We'll be right back.
Fox.
All right, welcome back. Time now, 9:56. Live look outside. The snow's somewhat melting out there. Should be gone by a little bit later this week with a warm-up. Well, let's send it upstairs to Studio 32. Chicago now is getting ready to start. Hey, guys.
Hey, you three. Elves have taken over many households in Chicagoland and around the country for December. We've all heard of the elf on the shelf. Well, coming up, you guys heard about Mensch on a bench? This is great. This is great. We're talking with its creator to learn about this Hanukkah-centered tradition that is rapidly gaining steam.
I love that. Also, I just made a new best friend. She lives in Hinsdale, and we're going to be chatting with her because she's becoming an Instagram, TikTok, YouTube sensation because she garbage picks in these rich neighborhoods in Hinsdale and shows you what she finds. She is so sweet. She's a mom of two. Can't wait to introduce her.
Alley shopping, right?
Oh, not garbage picking, alley shopping. Yeah, sure.
Chicago Now, coming up.
Fox 32.